Hey everyone, we're back again. Hopefully everyone's catching up with the stream there. We just did a little bit of a changeover as we do our shift handover. Hopefully everyone's picking up on the new stuff, and we are joined by Mr. Perry and Speed to get the next session kicked off. But Speed had a question for me.
Yeah, I noticed over the last few weeks that these shirts that the Modeler's Life made, I couldn't get the thing straight. And when I leaned over like this, I noticed there's something on your ear. What is that?
Oh, my drop bear. This is Shane, my drop bear, who he was carrying an Australian flag, but he now carries the flag of Australian cricket, otherwise known as the Great Sandpaper Flag. So if everyone can see, he has his sandpaper flag. Our Shane is going to keep up the Aussie side of of things while our Aussies have a nap.
Well, our next clinician is a prolific scratch builder and working hard towards his MMR. He models old scale as well as in narrow gauge, and he's building a layout in his house in South Carolina. Welcome to Mr. Scott Perry.
Thanks, Pete. Welcome to the Deep South, South Carolina, Fort Mill, just south of Charlotte. I'm in the Carolina Southern Division of the Mideast region of the NMRA hobby. Scratch building is a prototype that you're modeling. I like it for the challenge of being able to produce something with your own hands. A lot of people think that scratch building is a time saver and a money saver. Craftsman kits can be very expensive. It's not unlikely to be $400, $500 for a Craftsman kit. It's not always the cheapest thing, but it can be less expensive. It just depends on what you're building. And then a lot of people have taken interest in the NMRA Achievement Program, which I also do. Building models for the structures. You have to build quite a few of them and scratch build several. You need to draw plans, you need to take photos. There's a lot of work that has to be done. And it's all about building your skill level, learning more, doing more. I've learned a lot with the NMRA Achievement Program. I've been a judge for many, many years. I've evaluated models, and I've had my own models evaluated, some here just lately. I've got quite a few more that I've got to finish up here. You'll see some of them today. But I've thought that contests and the NMRA Achievement Program have done wonders to get real honest feedback, ideas, and have somebody point out some of my mistakes so that I can correct them and do better. So there's a lot of reasons for doing scratch building, but it is an enjoyable part of the hobby. Creating is kind of what we do. We build miniature worlds, and to build something, I'm proud of it when I build it, and I want to show it to other people. And I found that the vast unwashed masses love miniatures, and they love to see a beautiful scratch built building of something they recognize. The next one, how to get started. One of the best things that I think that you can do is build a Craftsman kit. This is a fine scale miniatures kit. For some of us, these are collectibles, so you don't open them, but I like to build them. This one is the logging repair shed. You can get it for $100 to $150 on eBay. They're still available. But the good thing about these are they have amazing instructions, and they really are scratch building. So in this particular kit, George Celios gives us, he's the creator of these, he's retired now, but he gives us these amazing instruction sheets with photos, diagrams, and complete details on how to build it, how to weather it, how to paint it, and all the tricks for building a successful model. You also get things in the kits, and it's not just fine scale miniatures. There's many of these. I build Foscale. I build 2 or 3 other different bar mills. I built one of his kits the other day. So you get these fine templates that you can use to build board by board construction. You get all the wood and everything that you need, and some of this has to be cut, some of it doesn't. And then the true gold, the miniature castings. The details that really, really make it pop. And the instructions teach you how to paint these successfully so that your model looks as realistic as possible. This is a great way to get started. And once you've built one or two of these, scratch building is a very, very easy step up. Another thing to do, there's several ways to learn about scratch building. One of the things that I recommend more than anything is a copy of Bob Walker's book on scratch building for model railroaders. This is available from White River Publishing. It's still in print. It's about $25, and it'll be the best $25 you ever spent. As you can tell, the cover of mine is ripped. The pages are glued together and torn. But in the pages, Bob goes piece by piece and shows you everything about how to build different structures, how to cut, what tools you need, a little bit of everything. Even resin, how to resin cast and make molds. So this is a priceless book. Pick up a copy, teach you most everything you need to know. The other is to build. Literally, the more you build, the more you scratch build, the better you're going to get. Start small, build small things, and then work your way up. One of the other clinics that I teach is the Bull Chute Clinic. And I've taught this in 3 different regions now. It's a very simple project. It takes about 6 to 7 hours. But we start with just pieces of lumber. We stain them, we cut them, we have plans, and we build a very, very simple bull chute. This is for loading cattle onto a stock car. Start with simple things like this. Build them in multiple scales if you like to try different scales. Which scale you build in really doesn't matter. There's some unique things if you go down into the smaller scales, some very unique things if you start going into the larger scales, like 7.5-inch gauge. But all of these can be built. This same model can be scaled up and built in any size that you want. So get started with a few projects like this. Here's another one. Then I built this one just the other night. It's just a small trestle bridge that goes over a creek, and I'll use this on my layout. I built the bents by hand, which is this part right here. I built the bents. I put in the nut and bolt, or the bolt and washer castings. I hand laid the track, and it's a very, very small piece. And these little things like this, you can build in an evening or two. And if you don't build them to your satisfaction, you toss them in the trash can, you start over, build it again. The other thing, you've got the NMRA. So the NMRA website, you can find a wealth of talent. There are master model railroaders that have got a wide variety of skills over the hobby. You'll find other people that specialize in different things. If you have a problem, ask. If you've got a problem putting corners of a building together, ask others and see what they do. I have found that model railroaders are some of the most wonderful people in the world. I was talking with Gordy last night about the very thing and our experiences at different NMRA events and that type thing. I've never seen a model railroader that wouldn't help me or wouldn't show me their layout if I ask. So just ask the question. You'll find out that they're very, very helpful. And then the NMRA, the internet is full of information. YouTube has amazing amounts of videos that you can see on almost any topic and any scale. So I'm in O scale, I model O in 30, but I also build models for other people in N scale and G and pretty much anything else. So I've modeled S, I modeled N and N in 3. So I built a little bit in everything, and building in different scales helps build your abilities as well. So let's talk about tools. You won't find a scratch builder that's not a tool junkie. I'm the worst. Tools are heroin to me. If I swung the camera around back, you'd see 2 fully stocked workbenches full of everything in the world. I use 10% of the tools. You don't need a lot of tools to scratch build. I'll give you a demonstration. This is my travel toolkit. This is what I take on vacation, or if I'm on a longer work assignment. I can be stationed at a factory for many weeks. So I'll go and take this with me in my checked luggage, and I'll build models in the evening. And this is all I need. I have, you may not be able to see it too well, but there's cutting tools, there's brushes, there's drills, there's different angles and squaring devices, measuring stuff, a little bit of everything. But I can build most anything I want with just a few tools that are in this case. So you don't have to get started with a lot of tools. Now, as you get better and as you get more interested in it, you may want to buy some special tools. So I like to build in wood. I tend to do that more, but just because of the era that I model in. I model in the 1900, right around 1901. So I use a lot of wood to build. So I have more tools that are around that type of thing. I generally get tools that help me build quality, and I buy quality tools to do that. Especially your basic tools, don't skimp. Buy the best you can get. I know sometimes that some of the companies that sell miniature tools, the prices are very expensive, but those tools are specially picked and usually very durable. I have many tools that are still here that I use that I had when I was 15 to 16 years old starting in scratch building. I also have tools that I've made. Things like this. This is a fixture or a jig that I use to make the trusses for this little model. So this is a model of it's going to be a doctor's office when I get through. It will have a full interior, but you can see all the trusses are there. Now, to build a truss is not that problematic, but to build about 14 of them that are all the same size, all exactly the same angles. There's several angles that have to be cut on this. And then the little precision knockout that's got to be there so the center beam can be put in can be quite problematic. So what I did was I created a jig out of plastic. So if I build in wood, I make a plastic jig so they don't glue together. If I'm building in plastic, my jig is made out of wood. And this little tool, it takes just very little time to actually produce one. And most of the time it's made with scrap pieces of plastic. I will get this built and then reproduce the trusses rapidly. And then I keep this in case I want to build a similar building sometimes. While I've got the model here, you can also see internally that all the walls are built board by board. And then I have on the workbench over there all of the detail parts to put in there, including the doctor, the nurse, the patient, the desk, and the table for the patient to sit on. So all of that will be in this as well. And then this will be entered to the NMRA Achievement Program so that I can get evaluated and get my points for a scratch built structure. So other tools like the computer. I use the computer quite often. Software for a CAD system. I draw a lot of my own drawings. I'm not great at it, but I can do well enough that I can get the general outline of the building. I also use other tools. Alexa, what is 10 feet divided by 87?
10 feet divided by 87 is 1.379 inches.
1.379 inches. So Alexa will actually do scaling for me. And I can do this while I'm doing the work and building without having to stop, pick up a calculator, and figure out what a dimension is. So think about your electronics that you use. I use cameras heavily. There's nothing that will tell you that something is wrong faster than a digital photograph. So take your time and use the camera and take pictures of what you built and then blow them up and look at the details. If you want to see a fingerprint smudge on a building, it will show it. A little bit of glue on a window, the camera will pick it up. So it's a great way to fine-tune your skills. a lot of folks ask me, where do I get my ideas from? I tend to model specific prototypes. So right now I'm modeling the Lancaster and Chester Railroad in South Carolina. At one time in the 1900s, it was, or before 1900, it was narrow gauge. So I'm modeling 1901 when the narrow gauge was just getting ready to start changing over to standard gauge. So I have research that shows the buildings, that shows the structures, that shows the bridges, everything that I need to do to model. So when you model the prototype, it's very, very easy to find prototypical photos and things to build. Some people like creative. They like to build things that are unusual and different and very creative and eye-appealing, which is great too. I do that sometimes as well. That comes mostly for me from photographs. A lot of them I take myself. I actually go out, and when I travel, now with a cell phone, I've got a camera with me all the time. So I can stop and take a photo of an unusual building. Some Sunday afternoons, I will literally go out, pack a lunch, grab my cameras, and go find buildings by the railroad and take photographs of them, and I store them in my computer. Oftentimes, I'll share them on, there's one group that's called Begging to Be Modeled, and you can find a lot of unusual prototype buildings photos on that. And then on my website, I'll often post those photos. My website is the Model Railroaders Notebook /blogspot.com. So you can go there or type in Scott Perry, the Model Railroaders Notebook, and it'll pop up. And you'll find photos after photos after photos of prototypes that you can use. Sometimes I know what I want to build, but I'm not real sure about it. One example is I wanted an engine house, but I wanted an open air engine house. And I wasn't really sure what it would look like, and I didn't have a prototype. And my friend Brooks Stover writes articles on his S-scale layout, which is just absolutely amazing. It's a work of art. And I saw that he had an open air warehouse, a pole barn type engine house. So I just wrote him. And I said, look, I'd like to build that. Is there a prototype? So he goes, yeah, sure. So he sends me a photograph of this really cool open air engine house. And I'm like, yep, that's exactly what I'm wanting, Brooks. Can you send me the drawings, or do you have any dimensions? Oh, yes, Scott, I've got them. A friend of mine went by there and drew them. So I have a complete set of drawings. They're rough, so they're not to scale, but I have all the dimensions on there, so I know what I'm building. So the next thing I do is I sit down at the CAD system. I use Third Planet for my CAD and for my layout design stuff. I do some layout design work on the side, but I designed my own engine house with the little side building. The actual prototype has this too, but it's not this big. So I've got a little warehouse slash building house on the side. So here is the model that's under construction. I've still got a little ways to go, but it's starting already to look like the prototype. On this side, you can see where the shop is about to go. All of this is board by board construction, and the complete interior of this operation will be detailed. So I've got probably another 2.5 months before I wrap this one up. This one will be a centerpiece on my layout. And I've had a lot of fun building this. Building in O-scale is a lot of fun. It's a little more challenging because the wood is thicker, but the scope of it, the size of it is a lot more fun. So that's one way that I get ideas. Another is just sheer need. I needed a water tower, but O-scale water towers, when you look at the real size of them, they're enormous. They're very, very big. And with ON30, the engines don't need that much water. They're going to be smaller. If you've looked at any kind of narrow gauge, most everything is kind of scaled down to size. So what I did was I went on the internet and I just started looking for prototype photos, drawings, that kind of thing. And I put an amalgam of these together to build the Lancaster and Chester water tower. This is built completely from scratch. The only parts that were purchased were some old pulleys that were from an old ship model that I had, and some bolt and washer castings that are put on here. Everything else was pretty much made with these. This is a box of wooden coffee stir sticks. For $4.50, you get an entire box of 20-foot long O-scale planks. They're already rough and weathered for you. They're ready to go. And I build a lot of things with these. And this box, I still haven't hardly made a dent in it. And I built about 5 models with it already. So all of the roofing shingles are made with that. This is dyed with black stain. That's shoe dye and alcohol. This is painted with both paints and Dr. Ben's weathering powders. It's a combination of both. The bands, the steel bands, are actually fishing line from my rod and reel. The spout was made from a plastic drinking straw. All of this was pretty much except these 12 by 12 timbers. That is 1/4-inch basswood stock from a local hobby shop. All of this cost about $4.90. If you bought this as a kit, it would be $45, $50 or more. So it can be cheaper sometimes, but the tools I used to build this probably cost $200. So saying that it's cheaper is not always the right thing, but one of the things I like to do is when you're scratch building is to build with what you have. So in a little bit, we'll talk about that some more. Now on my layout, I had an ash pit, and I'll show you that in a little bit, but I built an ash pit and I needed something to get the ashes up out of the ash pit. So I went and looked for a little crane. I found this drawing and the photos that came along with it for a little hoist. So in a couple of evenings, I sat down and using wood out of my collection and some spare parts, I built a model of this hoist. Now, I've got it anchored right now because it's moving around. So when I get it to the layout, this will be moved and released, so it'll swing back and forth. But this is just a coil of hose, which is solder, very thin solder. The plumbing here is from scrap parts out of a plastic scrap bin that I keep. The shovel is from Best, I think it's Best Railroading or something like that. Bollinger Eddingly or something. Best, if you look it up. That's where I got the shovel and the bucket. And the rest of the stuff is made out of parts or nut and bolt castings from Tichy Train Group. So you don't need to spend a whole lot, and you don't need to plan a whole lot either. I got that drawing. I started immediately putting it together. And in off and on about 3 nights or so, it was done and complete. And it'll look great on the layout. So none of these projects, the water tower is a little tougher because you've got angle cuts, you've got round objects, and then you've got an octagonal roof. Now, that's a little bit trickier, but you'll see plans for that and instruction for that in that Scratch Building for Model Railroader book that I showed you by Bob Walker. Other ideas I get from books. I have a lot of books on railroading. I like logging. I like the older steam, the smaller short line type railroad stuff. So I have lots of books on those. I borrow books from friends. I trade things with them. So I'm always looking at photos and getting ideas. And when I see those, I copy them or photo them and put them into my computer. And I keep it backed up, but I keep all the files. My friend Pat Turner's out there in NMRA land. I bounce ideas off of him and other people. So there's lots of different places to get ideas. One other one that I like, that I highly recommend, especially if you're getting started, is this book. This is by Pat Harriman, and it's Early Wood Structures and Stone Structures. And it is nothing but a book of small buildings. Pat is a wonderfully talented architect, and the photographs in this book are just amazing. And it's all kinds of small buildings that make for just fantastic projects. So if you're looking to get started, one of the things I recommend is a book like this where you've got a lot of little structures that you can build. You can do it with a minimal amount of expense and wood and parts. And you can do these sometimes in a couple of days. It doesn't take a lot of evenings to put one of these out. One of the best ways, and I try to teach this, and I teach a class on it sometimes too, is to build 3 of the same thing. Pick out one of these little cabins or one of these little buildings and plan to build it 3 times. Now, don't build them all together at the same time. Build one and finish it. So the very first kit, start off and build it as good as you possibly can. Try to get your corners tight, your roof at the right angle. Try to keep glue and strings off of the model or glue spots. Try to put the windows in nice and clear without any fingerprints, those kind of things. Do the best you can on the first model, and then take your digital photographs all the way around the building and start looking for problems. Look and see if the fit of the walls is accurate. Look and see if you have gaps. Look and see what things about that model make you feel like that takes away from the model. When you've done that and you've made a list of those things, go back, do all the things that you had written down. Try to add more detail to the building. Try to finish it much, much nicer. Pay more attention to your painting, to your staining, to your weathering. And then when you've done that, again, take a set of photos, but get a model railroading friend to have a look at them this time. And again, go through and write down exactly what you could do to do better. You can also take it and have an NMRA evaluation. Call your local NMRA Achievement Program manager or director and have them come out and review it, or take it to a contest and have it evaluated and get professional critique on it about what you could do better. Next time, build it a 3rd time. This time, try to build it for a contest quality model. Put more detail into it, put more time into it, make a little change to it and somehow change the roof line, add another chimney, do something a little bit different to it, and add more detail again, and make it very, very unique. By the time you do that 3rd one, you have developed a lot of new skills already. And it's amazing what the difference will be from model 1 to model 3. This summer, my daughter and I, she's 10 years old, she wants to learn scratch building. She and I have been building models together for quite a while. So I'm going to put her through this very program. We're going to do the exact same thing. And eventually I'll post these photos so everybody can see them. The next thing about scale model railroading and building structures like this and scratch building is actually developing the skills. So what we're going to do is we're going to talk about cutting. No, I'm not going to cut you, but what I am going to do is move the camera just a little. So we can get a look here at the workspace. If you're going to cut, most all of us will use the hobby knife. We've all got an X-Acto, an Excel, or some other kind of hobby knife. And when we use it, we go to cut, and we generally just make a cut like this, and there, we've made our cut. Now, a couple of problems with this. One, this blade is not sharp. If it was sharp, I would have cut through that like that. So what we're going to do, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to buy and keep a box of blades. Buying 1 or 2 is not a good thing. As a rule, every time I sit down to my workbench, the first thing I do is replace my hobby knife blade, or I at least do it frequently. And we'll put this new one in. Now, when I put the blade in, it's always going to be coated in a light coating of oil. You may not see it, you may not feel it. Let me put my glasses on here. It's the only bad thing about being an older model railroader. So we put this in, and the first thing I want to do is take some paper or whatever, I'm off the side on a piece of paper, and I wipe off the oil, and I get that out of the way. So now we come back to cut, and the cut goes right through, and it even goes into my cutting mat. Now, when I press down like that, I am more cutting and I'm more breaking the board than cutting it. And I leave what's called a curve. So when I cut, I'm not cutting straight down and getting two halves. I'm peeling away the board. And on the board, now I'm going to have two slightly slanted sides on either board. So that's not real good when you're trying to put these two back together. So what I want to do when I cut, I actually want to slice. Use the power of the blade. Now, normally I'd have a little metal piece here guiding my blade so I get a nice accurate cut, but I want you to see what I'm doing. But I made 3 passes, and now I have a much, much cleaner cut. But still, even with an X-Acto knife, I'm not quite getting the cut that I want. You may not be able to see, but I've still got some rough edges and things right here because this blade is still fairly thick and not really as sharp as like maybe a scalpel. So more often than not, if I'm making a cut like this, I'm using a single edge razor blade. Now the ones I use are stainless steel. They're not the regular carbon steel blades. So they're thinner and they have a little more edge on them. They're a little bit sharper. So that didn't quite go through. So 2 cuts. Now that edge, you probably can't see it too well, but it is razor sharp. It's nice and clean. There's no fur or anything on the edges. So slowly but surely, I'm cutting a little bit more precise. And that's what scratch building is all about, continuous improvement. You're always building your skills. You're always getting better. Now, you can stop with tools just like that and build beautiful models, no problem. But when you start building something like a trestle can have 1,500 boards in it or more, and each one cut with an angle. So what I do is I start looking for tools that can replicate the same cuts. So this is the Northwest Shortline chopper. You can get it from Northwest Shortline. Micromark has a version of this, and it is another razor blade cutter. It's got a blade right here. And what you do is you can put it in. If I want to cut a 1-inch board, I put it to the 1-inch side and press down and boom, I've got a cut. Now, this one, even though it's got a new blade in it, has left a little bit of a shard there and whatever. So I might have to take a piece of sandpaper and sand them off. But that's another way to do it. And this tool is right around $50, I think. So in an effort to constantly get better, to get more accurate and more accurate, I use one of these. Now, these are out of production, but this is called the caliber cutter. And what it does, if you can see here, it moves the razor blade in a slicing method. Instead of coming down and breaking the board, it's using the blade's ability to slice. So when I put this on, I can set the stop to where I want it and then slice through the board. And I've got an old blade on that one, so it didn't cut all the way through. So always change your blades. Do what I say and not what I do. But it will slice it, and I can create specific ones off and on and on that way. Now, this isn't available, but there is one that's coming out. So I heard that I'm about to get a prototype of one of these to test. And it's of the similar thing. These haven't been made for like 20 years, but this new one's coming out, and it moves at angles, and it's much, much easier to use. So when that comes out, I'll give you a review of that one as well. The latest thing that I've been playing with, there we go. This is the Ultimation Sander. I bought mine from Fast Tracks, and I just got it recently. And what it does is it precision cuts and or sands a board to the proper angle and the proper length. So what I've done is I've cut a board right here, just a simple square, and I've set up this tool. This is called the repeater. I've set up this repeater to put this in and make this precision piece. And what we do here is we just put it in. Now this is not a power tool. It's manually cranked. That sounds crazy, especially for the price tag, which is about, I think with the repeater, I paid almost $300 for this. And I thought it myself at the time that I was absolutely crazy for buying this until I actually used it. The crank allows you to put the right amount of pressure and speed on the wood so that it doesn't fracture or crash or break or burn. And then you start sanding. As you sand, this part moves in and controls. I'm doing this backwards, so it's a little harder for me because I'm left-handed. And I would normally crank with my right. But I would crank this, and it slowly mills the board down to a proper angle and a proper length. So when you get done with it, I'm not going to crank it because it'd take a while, but you can already see I'm getting a nice angle here, and it'll come down, it'll crank the right angle and the right length all at the same time. So this is real handy when you're building something like this. Each one of these bents has two angles, one on either side of the board. So when you're trying to do this, I'll actually cut a length. Now this is a wooden dowel. This is not the lighter basswood that I'm using. So cutting these is much, much more difficult. So what I'll do is I'll cut several of these that are a little bit long. I'll put them on this with a precision angle. I'll sand off one end till the angle is nice and clear, flip the board around, sand the other angle, and now I've got these two angles here. And it's hard to see because this is a very dark model. This is all creosote and everything in the bottom of a swamp. But when you look at it real up close, you can see that the angles hit the top and bottom of the bent perfectly. It's the most amazing thing in the world. So if you want to make a lot of trestles and a lot of precision type angle cuts, this is the perfect thing. When I showed you the engine house just a minute ago, it was covered with these type things. So this is a very expensive tool, as is the caliber cutter. That's a $250 device, even if you can find it. But when you're doing mass production or building large things like an enormous trestle, it saves a lot of time and gives you a lot more precision than just hand cutting. So it really just depends on what you like to build and how much you're going to build. All right, let's talk about materials for a little bit. I'm going to set the camera back to about where it was. So I keep a supply of materials all the time. I build in both wood and plastic and metal, so I keep supplies of all of them. Behind me here is a huge bin full of wood and plastic. So I buy my wood strips. Mostly I get them from Mount Albert through Fast Tracks, but I'll also get them from other suppliers as well. Northeastern is out there and a couple of others. And I'll buy them in bulk. So I buy a large quantity, and I'll buy like some every month. I also purchase scribe sheet wood, clapboard, scribe siding for like box cars or freight cars, that kind of thing. And I keep a supply of these all the time. Now, normally you'd have some time to order them or whatever, but I was very thankful when the COVID outbreak hit because I have a fully stocked hobby shop here and I don't have to run out. I can plan and build something right now and I don't have to scrounge around for parts. What I usually do is I keep a supply of all the building materials, but I don't keep the detail parts. And I order those specifically for the model. So I don't keep tons of those. I do have some boxes of them, but like crates and normal things that would be out. But I'll always order those specially. Plastic, I keep sheets of styrene. Every time I go to the hobby shop, I pick up a couple of packs. You know, you spend a little $10 more, whatever, it helps the hobby shop. and I slowly build up a collection. So right now I could build you almost anything you wanted if you gave me a phone call. Not that I'm building professionally anymore. The detail parts, probably of all the things scratch building, the thing I like doing least is painting detail parts. I generally wait till the very last minute, and I do it begrudgingly, usually in front of the TV. But I'll take the parts and I'll put a primer coat on these. This is Rust-Oleum's 2X paint, and I'll spray them real good. If I have a lot of parts, I'll airbrush them. I'll take one of the airbrush base coats and I'll airbrush them all because I get a lot more detail that way. But I'll take these and then I glue them onto a little cork so that I can handle them better and paint them. I will also, I don't know if you can see this or not, this is very, very tiny. This is a bench vise in O scale that's got 2 different paint colors on it. I use a pair of positive grip tweezers, and these are kind of heavy, and they've got a wood grip on them so that it's easy to hold, and I'll paint with these as well. Here's another one. This is a potbelly stove that's going to go in the doctor's office that I'm just painting black. So I paint all of these usually at a large bunch of them at a time, 24 to 50 detail parts at a time. I'll paint all the greens, I'll paint all the silvers, I'll paint all the blacks all at one time, and usually over a week. Some of the other things that I like to use as building materials are these. These are from Dr. Ben's Scale Consortium. They're called baby building blocks. They come in multiple colors. I don't know if you can see those there, but they come in multiple colors, and they're little blocks, just little squares. They're different size, and they're wonderful for building things out of, especially things like this. This is my ash pit. This is going to go on the layout, and I just basically took a base of plaster and started stacking the bricks up till I got what I wanted, the stairs and everything else. And then the rusty metal is all made with either brass or plastic bars. And this is all apart and not detail or not totally weathered yet, because I won't do that until it's actually installed in the model or into the benchwork, because this goes below ground. So once that's in, then I'll put the final touches and coating and details on it. So that's another way to do those. I also keep supplies of detail parts. So this is my Tichy part box. Every time I order something from Tichy Train Group, I'll order 5 or 6 more things as well and keep a stock. I've also bought a couple of full sets of just miscellaneous parts. Like for $80, you can get a bag full of assortment. So I have those in here as well. And I've got everything from doors and windows to nut and bolt castings to eye bolts to small parts for a crane, a little bit of everything. And I just keep building these. Every once in a while, if I go to you remember when we used to go to train shows? I used to buy a handful of these parts. I can usually get them on sale. And I just keep building a supply. I have boxes full of these and Grant Line parts, and also laser cut parts. I'm building more and more with laser cut windows and doors. I love them. It gives much more variety, a lot more depth to it, and they're easier to paint. So pick yourself up some of these, slowly build your collection, and you'll find that scratch building is much, much easier. Speed, how am I doing on time? Well, that's good. I can't hear you. You're too far away. You need to come over here.
It's so deep in the helix, sound takes a while to get out.
How am I doing on time?
You are right out of time because we have some questions for you.
Very good. All right, I'll stop there. Let's shoot.
I don't, sometimes we have to be careful that we don't know if it's an inside question or an inside joke, but someone wants to know what happened to the Hog Railroad.
What happened to the what?
The HOGRR.
So the Hog Railroad, that was the Heart of Georgia Railroad. That was a railroad that I designed for a friend. I've been designing railroads for years. I've got several, I've got over 100 that I've designed for people that have been built. And I did the Heart of Georgia Railroad for my friend Steve Berkheimer as his very first railroad. And we were looking at 4x8s, and I absolutely couldn't stand it. It looked small, the curves were small, and nothing really worked. It wasn't a layout. So the Hog is an actual inside pit operated layout that's about 8x10. And it's designed for operations and for viewing only one section of the railroad at a time. So the railroad seems much larger. The original one is owned by somebody in Georgia. It was won as a raffle layout. And so it's in somebody else's hands. But I have a file of over 100 Hog-inspired railroads that people have built. It's been very, very popular. I was working on a book for it, but I never have finished it. But one day I will.
So what is your railroad called?
My railroad is the Lancaster and Chester Railroad. It's a 90-mile railroad here in South Carolina. It's one of the oldest single-owned railroad companies in the United States. It's been owned by the same company since before 1900. It was a narrow gauge railroad up until 1901, and is still it's a standard gauge railroad now, of course, but it's a modern short line railroad that is very advanced, and it has a lot of chemical traffic, paper mills, and other things on the railroad. So it's been a very, very interesting railroad to study.
So I get a sense of operations will be.
Yes, we'll definitely be doing operations. It's going to be a while before it's built because I'm scratch building everything, including hand laying the track. I don't use the templates. I think they're, or the jigs. I think they're too confining. So I build everything free-handed onto the layout. So it's going to be quite a while before it's done, but I should have the first 8-foot section done probably by Christmas.
Cool. Do you mind holding those two books up again and tell us the
Sure.
titles?
The first one is Scratch Building for Model Railroads by Bob Walker. You can get this at White River Publishing. That's the Railroad Model Craftsman people, and the Owen 30 annual people for us Owen 30 guys. But you can get that from White River, and it's about $25, and they have them in stock. I checked before I got onto the program. Bob Walker also has another project book called 21 Projects, and it's how to piece by piece scratch build 21 different structures. And I have that one too, and it's amazing as well.
Cool.
The other one is Early Wood Frame and Stone Structures. This is by Pat Harriman, and this is available on Model Railroad Hobbyist magazine. That's the online magazine by PDF download. I bought mine many, many years ago when it first came out. This is like actually book number 7, signed by Pat. But this is a fantastic book for ideas for scratch building. I highly, highly recommend it. And it's like $19. It'll be the best $19 you ever spent.
Someone found one on Amazon for $800. Maybe it was signed on every page.
That's possibly. I've seen a few of those, but the like mine was signed too. But the you can get the PDF download, and it works just fine.
Okay, a few modeling questions. Will you put inside walls in the doctor's office?
So they're going to be left open. And what happened was the mill needed a doctor. They had some plant injuries. The mill was running at full capacity at 1900, and they were having injuries, and they realized that for such a large facility with 1,000 employees coming in night and day, that they really needed a doctor. So the craftsman for the company built a doctor's office real quick to attract a doctor. So the inside walls won't be finished off because it was built very, very quickly. But we'll put all the interior details in and finish that one up here shortly.
Cool. How do you determine the height and length of a building from a picture?
There's a couple of different ways. If I'm lucky and taking the pictures myself, I carry what's called a story pole, which is are 2 5-foot lengths of pipe 2-inch pipe that are put together to make a 10-foot long pole. And every section of the pole is divided off by a foot. 1 foot is black, 1 foot is white. And I put that up by the building so that I can scale from that. Cool. If I don't have that, and it's an older building, then I use the doors and the windows to figure out the average size. So you can tell roughly how big a freight door is on a station, or the station doors, and I'll scale from those. If it's a rail car, I'll use the wheels.
Okay, something to scale with.
Mm-hmm.
Someone has trouble cutting in a straight line. Any suggestions on how to make that better?
Yes. Always show if you can. I use 3 or 4 different things for cutting straight lines. There it is. And my hero, Bob Walker, told me this in his book. This is a scale rule. It's either the mascot version or one of the others. And I have glued a wooden board down the middle. I tend to use the O side more. So what I do, I put my fingers behind this to protect them, and then I will cut along this edge. So I've got a nice steel straight edge to cut along, and I get a pretty good shot. Now, if it's a larger board, I actually have a miniature table saw. I have the Micromark tilt arbor table saw. And you think, oh my gosh, that's $300 something. I mean, it's outrageous. And I was married at the time, and I had to do a lot of chores and everything to get permission to finally buy it. It has been one of the best tools I've ever bought, and I use it all the time. I'm amazed at how often I use it. I also use different squares and rectangles. I even use some of the other normal tools that you would use for construction. There are quite a few different things, but put your work down and cut safely. Always think safety. I was here playing with these. I didn't have my safety glasses on, but I do wear them. I was scratch building or Stanley and track and got a spike into my eye and got an infection.
Ouch.
So I'm real big about always having glasses or some kind of safety thing on my face.
So I see the next guy already showed up. Before you go, can you just tell us how we can get to your blog? And then I want to say thank you very, very much for your time.
My pleasure.
Learn something new.
So I'm Scott Perry. You can get me on Facebook. I'm easy to friend. Send me a friend request. I'm glad to help you. And I often post whatever I'm working on my Facebook page. So things like the water tower and all, you can see all the construction photos from beginning to end. So all there are on there. And then my blog is the Model Railroaders Notebook /blogspot.com. And you can search for Scott Perry, the Model Railroaders Notebook. It's been around since 1998. And it was first a website and then a blog. And you can find layout plans, drawings, and model production photos and help. Feel free to reach out to me anytime with a question.
Thank you very much.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Safe. I think we're live. Our next clinician has been digging in the archives for us to get a look at the New Haven Steam for Modelers. And even if you don't model the New Haven, we know you're going to learn something steamy you can use from this clinic, the great Randy Hamill.
Thanks for the introduction there. Hi, I'm Randy. You may remember me from about a month ago, I guess we did one of these just talking about New Britain Station. This is a clinic that Chris Adams and I put together with some help from Charlie Dunn and the New Haven Historical Association photo library. Chris is the photo librarian, and so usually Chris and I have done this together, but I'll go ahead and run it through today myself. It's largely just a slideshow to kind of show the different details and things to look at when you're modeling steam. The same process will be appropriate for whether you're doing freight cars, diesels, even structures. It's just a good way to look around, look at photographs and see how you're going to go ahead and model something. So this is covering New Haven steam. Obviously, this is something that I'm modeling. I actually haven't gotten around to doing much of my steam locomotives yet, but I think it's a good introduction for steam for anybody. So I'm going to get through it because it is going to be kind of long, and I'll go through the slides pretty quickly, but you'll be able to go back and pause them later on so that you can get better look at any you want to. The other thing I should mention is you can go to my blog.newbritainstation.com, and there's a bunch of handouts for this. The clinic will be on there minus most of the pictures, but also some extra information about resources for finding photos online or in publications for New Haven Steam, detail parts, available models in HO, N, or O scale, as well as some specific documents about modeling an R1B locomotive. So let's get started here. This clinic is covering just classes that are easy to model. So basically, these are classes that have models available. Most are in brass. Most are out of production, but they're pretty easy and reasonable on eBay or shows and so on. This is an example of the sort of thing that I would do for a more complex project like this, where I will highlight parts that are unique or might be different on different locomotives, or things that I want to be able to add. And essentially, these are typically things that are not present on the existing model. So this is what I would need to do to make modifications for this particular locomotive and start looking for parts and all. So that's kind of what I recommend. You kind of dig through the photos, and that's kind of the purpose of these, so you can look at photos for different locomotives and compare them to the models that you've got and see how you want to modify it. We'll all kind of have our own level of skill, as well as what's important to us when modeling. For many of us, minor placement details of certain parts or stuff may not be enough to warrant making these changes, but this is kind of the approach that I use. So the New Haven made a bunch of modifications to their steam over the years. This is typical of most railroads. Some common ones were the headlights. They started off with oil headlights. And then in the late teens, they started switching to these cylindrical or can type headlights. I believe they were made by Pyle National. But kind of the signature one on the New Haven is this ESCO Golden Glow headlight. These started applying them in around 1926. They used them on steam. They use them on electrics. And they're one of those things that stands out as something uniquely New Haven. I'm sure other railroads did use them, but Pyle National was more common. The spotting feature of the Golden Glow headlight is that the hinge is on the top instead of the side like it is on the Pyle National. So it is something you can kind of spot pretty easily once you know what you're looking for. Other changes made over the years, things like the pilots, they used to be made out of boiler tubes like the originals here. They would apply pilot plows when needed. Obviously, switchers and some local locomotives for local freights would have footboards. And then late 30s, they started applying these steel strap pilots and replacing the old boiler tube ones. And they would use pilot plows for those occasionally as well. Other changes that were made, the tenders were very commonly changed. The New Haven swapped tenders early on because of issues with their original purchases. So when they purchased the R1B Mountains or the R1 Mountains and the I4 Pacifics, they wanted some longer tenders, but the turntables were insufficient size to fit those locomotives. So large tenders were purchased later on switchers, you'll see in a little while. And for primarily the shoreline service, they were trying to eliminate some of the water stops to speed up the schedules. And so they would swap those out later on when the turntables were extended. They also changed the tender classes and the appearance. Obviously, when stokers were installed, they received coal bunker extensions. And after World War II, as things were retired, they were swapped quite frequently. Larger tenders were moved to other locomotives at the time. So there's a list here of a bunch of tender classes that you can look at on your own time. It'll be in the clinic handout as well, so you can see that. Vanderbilt tenders were not that common on the New Haven. They only had, I think there were 12 of them, if I recall. They only had 2 of the V1As, and the different spotting features, basically the V1A has a longer coal bunker side here. It comes down further towards the frame. There's some minor differences. There's a ladder that you can't really see here on the back that's not on the V2. The 2 V1As were purchased to go on I4 classes, which were passenger locomotives for the Merchants Limited. And the rest of the ones were for the R2 and R1Bs for the high-speed freights on the shoreline as well. And so that's why they purchased these. They were switched to those, and only those 2 I4s carried the. There were a couple that got them when they were in service, for example, but it was only on the merchants that used it, and it was for about a decade that it was in that service. And as you'll see, there's a number of locomotives that we've documented over the years receiving those tenders as they got swapped around. So getting into switchers to start with. The small switchers were typically all 060s, the T2 classes. The T2B was released by Overland Brass. This is an example of one, and we'll go through a bunch. Basically, what you're going to see on these is that some signature features on the New Haven. So there's this one already has the golden glow headlight. They also, a lot of the New Haven locomotives had arched cab windows. In this case, it's a straight cab window, but they do have an angled frame on the window itself. We'll see some differences there. Some other differences you'll see on the T2 classes. If you look at specific locomotives, this has 2 single air pumps instead of a cross compound pump. They've run the running board up and over it. The dynamo is up here. Sometimes that location is different from locomotive to locomotive in the T2 classes. This is a T2B, which is what was modeled by Overland. And most of these, I'm not sure I have a T2A in here. The main difference was the T2A, the side rod was connected to the second driver instead of the first. And as we go through the slideshow, these are in road number order. So they jump back and forth by era, but you'll see this one has the dynamo back by the cab, a cross compound pump. The running board is straight instead of up and over the pump. It still has the old can headlight. So, and as we go through some of these, this one is out of service. The locomotive, the stack is capped there, as you can see. But these are the most common switchers at small yards. And unless you're modeling one of the large yards, this is the locomotive you're going to look for your layout. And you'll see sometimes the piping changes from one to another. Some of these will have a power reverse, some do not. This one has this extended coal bunker. The Overland model actually comes with that extended coal bunker. It's a separate part, but because they don't have the frame that goes around the coal bunker sides, it's hard to do the initial configuration. So another look at that extended coal bunker. This little thing here is a fire hose. That's the water hatch. The backup light on this is a can one. This is in New Britain, Connecticut, which is what I'm modeling. All this was retired before the era that I'm modeling. This one has a different coal bunker extension, so it would be easy enough to scratch build that to fit inside the Overland model. And so this one's out of service. The main rod is actually in the tender up here, and it's been taken off the side here. So for the bigger switchers, they had initially the Y3 class was the USRA 080. So this is super easy to model because there have been a whole bunch of them released over the years. They did have some things like coal pushers on some of them. These are Vulcan trucks on the tenders. Some of them had flagger trucks on the tenders, and some also received arch bar trucks. Otherwise, these were a pretty standard USRA with the clear vision tender. So the Lifelike Proto 2000, now Walthers, is a really great model for modeling these. These would have been in slightly larger yards, Waterbury or Hartford, certainly Cedar Hill, Maybrook, that sort of thing. Was where they were used. There's also some photos of them handling local freights on some of the lesser branch lines. So they did get around some. The headlight is the golden glow on that one again. And, you know, as you'll see, these are pretty standard. They did not have a lot of changes made to these switchers. The throttle is a short throttle up here. You'll see in a moment that's kind of the big difference between the Y4 and the Y3 visually. The Y4, however, mechanically was quite different in that they had a third cylinder. These were a 3-cylinder locomotive based off of the USRA 080. Overall, it's a very similar one, but you'll see there's a lot more piping on this one than the originals. And this was mostly like this is extra sand lines here. I'm not even sure what all the piping is for here, but a lot of this might have been under the jacket earlier on, and as they got later on, they would move those out. This tender's still the USRA tender. You can tell the USRA tender has an unusual rivet pattern, and I think you can kind of see it here. There's a couple of vertical panels, and then the rest are 3 horizontal panels that I don't think I've seen on any other tender other than the USRA ones. There's also this little structure that comes out of the front of the cylinders. I'm not sure exactly what that is, but that is not on the Y3s. The throttle on this comes all the way out to here, and that's kind of another spotting feature for the Y4 classes. Otherwise, they're very similar. So that's a picture of how it came delivered. These came with the Vanderbilt tenders, which is a really unique look for an 080 switcher. They had them for a couple of years, I guess, while they were expanding or lengthening the turntables before they moved them to the R1s and the I4s. But otherwise, they retained their appearance for a good amount of time. They didn't have really a lot of significant changes for these classes. As we will find later on, the New Haven had the tendency to make a lot of changes to their locomotives. And these are from a variety of years, like I said. So this gives you kind of a good view of this little portion of the appliance. I don't know really what that is there, but that is something that you'd want to do. The Precision Scale did the Y4 classes. So the freight class is the K1 class is the largest on the New Haven. This is your traditional little mogul, small time for local freights on any of the branch lines, would handle occasional local freights on even the main line, like the Shoreline or the Springfield line. Also work trains, they were all over the place. Here we see they have the arched windows. Not all of them had the arched window. This is the original tender as it was delivered. And other than that, this is pretty good representation of what the K1 class looked like. The K1B class was as they were originally configured, and not all of them were modified into K1Ds later on. So even to the end, it was about an even mix between K1Bs and Ds. The air tanks are a little different from one to another. Again, the air pumps, Sometimes the configuration of the handrails, location of other appliances might vary a little bit, but those were all upgrades that were done for whatever reason when they were doing maintenance on these. You'll see the tenders do switch quite a bit even in this era. So this still has the can headlight, but it's already received a different tender. This is the original configuration. So the K1B you can recognize by the steam chest here and all. It's not been superheated yet, and that's kind of the spotting feature. And New England Rail Service released both the K1B and D models in brass in the 80s, and it's a really well done model. Otherwise, they're just a signature class that you pretty much have to have. They were the workhorses that did all the work. So this is a K1D. This is superheated. So the cylinders here have been replaced, and that's the spotting feature for the K1D versus the K1B. This one is set up for use on the shoreline. It's in Providence. So this is an ATS, a cab signal box. So it needed that to operate on the shoreline. The railing here is a very interesting stepped railing up here that's been modified. Obviously, the running board's been modified and so on for that one. So these are all, the sort of details that you can customize on your model to do a specific road number if you want to. Pretty classic look here, just the K1D arched window. Later tender, this probably would have come from maybe an I1 or I2 at some point. Golden glow headlight again. Most of the steam started off with spoked pilot trucks or pilot wheels. Then they were replaced with these disc wheels later on, as you can see there. So you'll see that's a little change that's happened. Most of the models come with the disc ones. But these are, the ubiquitous local freight. This was the locomotive that was most often used for that. These did have different types of valve gear too. This is the Baker valve gear. Some did have Walscherts. This had Southern valve gear on this one. On one of the handouts, it does list the ones that we've identified that have the different ones. This is the New Hartford local. This is sitting in Plainville, Connecticut, which is just past New Britain. And so this is the one that I'll be modeling at some point. And naturally, the model is Baker valve gear, but this one never received the Baker valve gear. It stayed with the Southern until the end. So for the larger freights, the Mikados, the J classes, J1 was the predominant one. I'll cover the J2 in just a brief second, but there's the J1 was released in key brass and is easy to get. These were more common on the mainline freights, but they did run on the branch lines as well, just where larger locomotives handled heavier tonnage than the other ones. There weren't a whole lot of variations on these either. The handrails sometimes go over the top of the boiler like on this one. Sometimes they'll end right here. Injector pipes and so on were moved outside the jacket. A couple of them had McClellan boilers, which was a cast boiler. I don't know if which required extending the cab. I can't remember if we have a photo of that. And then some of them, well, they would all swap around tenders over time. A few of them received clear vision tenders, and I'll show you that in a moment as well. But for the most part, these are just the variations are just modifications around the air pumps or the railings or other small appliances, as well as moving the appliance or the piping outside the jacket. And this one's got a footboard, so it would have been on local service. I think they may have all had footboards, actually. I haven't looked at that in a while. ATS on this. So this, again, sitting in Providence. So this would have been Shoreline ATS as opposed for the Springfield line one. And that was required for any locomotives running on the line. This is very similar to the USRA Mikado, and you could kit bash it from that. There's in New Haven Power, there's a diagram that superimposes the USRA over this, and the main difference is the cab height. New Haven had some low clearances, but the other factor was that they had the electric zone, and so they like to keep the clearance down for that in under the catenary. The J1s were interesting. A number of them had a reddish cab roof. I don't know the purpose for that. I haven't really seen it. This is 3022, which is a locomotive that Chris Adams is modeling because it later on, this is in passenger service, which is a little bit less common for the J's. Later on, it would become the freight for the airline local. So this still has a boiler tube pilot on it. It's been replaced by footboards here. But the main difference is it has this clear vision tender now because it's also in local service. Those came off of the J2s. This is a J2 with a picture of that tender. So the J2 was another class of Mikado. These were heavy Mikados, and apparently the main issue is that they were really too large for a fireman to hand fire, and they never put stokers in them. So most of the time they were on pushing cars over the hump in Cedar Hill or Hartford, or they might be in pusher service and stuff like that. They didn't last very long in road service. So the next class of freight locomotives here would be the L1s, and this is really big freight. This was primarily for the Maybrook freights coming over the mountains or the hills, if you're from out west, I guess, from Maybrook to Cedar Hill, but they would continue to Boston. Low drivers, so they didn't have the speed of the mountains, but they did. They could haul the tonnage, and these were interesting because they were really maximize the clearance. The boiler is huge. As you can see, it goes right to the top of the cab. The cab front here is actually angled to provide a wide enough opening for the door. And there were rules for when there's a swing out window so that you could have a kind of a windshield when you're running, and those had to be pulled in at certain locations because the clearances were so tight with these locomotives. But this really also shows you kind of a signature New Haven look that you're going to see on a good number of the classes coming up. The Alesco feed water heater, in this case, the air pumps are up on the pilot. This was not their original location, but they moved the air pumps up here, and I'll show you why in a moment, but with these shields to protect them from the elements a little bit. And this look here with the feed water heater and the golden glow headlight and the arch cab window is really kind of very signature New Haven. So this has shows you we've got an air. This is the Alesco feed water pump for the feed water system. And then these are the ATS boxes. These would have originally been on the pilot. And there was a single air pump, and they found that was insufficient. So in order to add the second air pump, they moved the air pumps to the pilot and moved the ATS boxes. So this would be both Shoreline and Hartford ATS, so it could run on the Springfield and the Shoreline, depending on what the need was that day. So the overall appearance of these did not change a whole lot. Some interesting things, the sand dome is split here because the clearance, it just couldn't be any taller, basically. So it's two smaller ones side by side instead of one large one. But it really shows the size of these. This one has a doghouse in the tender. There were a handful of New Haven locomotives that had that as well. The bell's way up here on the side, again, because they need to keep the clearance from that. So it really maximized the amount of space that these could haul, and this, especially in the electric zone where these were running coming out of Maybrook. This is early on before the pumps were moved forward. So this has the two air pumps, but the feed water heater has not been added yet, so it didn't need to move those just yet. But a really muscular looking locomotive. And this kind of shows you a number of the different minor variations between one and another in the different classes, depending on what you want to model, road numbers rather. So the R1 is another signature class. They had a lot of mountains, these light mountain locomotives. And one of the discussions about the R1 has always been about the Delta trailing truck. The first 10 that were delivered were USRA locomotives, so they have the standard USRA trailing truck. After that, the other classes were delivered with Delta trailing trucks. And as we started looking at photos, we realized that there were actually 3 different variations over the years of these trailing trucks. The first one is this really heavy one, and I'm not aware of any parts that are available for that. But the other 2, you can get parts. The third truck was used on the R3 classes, which we'll look at in a moment. So for the R classes, either the original locomotives, the first 10 you can do as the USRA trailing truck, and then the rest of them would have had, you can model with this trailing truck. And there's actually, fortunate that this is on the road numbers that they are for other reasons that you'll see in just a moment here. So this was the first 10 R1 class. They were never reclassified as R1B, even when modified. They received the feed water heaters. Around 28 is when they started adding the Alesco feed water heaters. This has ATS up front here. And otherwise, this is a pretty much standard USRA light mountain. And so you can use a lot of different models to model that. Does not have, actually that does look like it's the original USRA tender without the clear vision sides. So feed water pump and the air pump here. These were on the fast freights on the shoreline, in the Springfield line, and even occasionally in local freight service in later years. So the spotting feature for these first 10 is that the sand dome is above the first driver. So that's where the USRA one is, and that makes it very simple to model. It becomes a little more difficult to model the second group because these have the sand dome move back above the second driver. So in order to take one of the to do this group from 3310 to 3334, this is really kind of the bigger sticking point. These also have those really heavy Delta trailing trucks. So this group of locomotives is a lot more difficult to model. At this point, because they needed the second air pump, the one was insufficient. They moved the 2 up front behind the guards again, just like they did the shields on the L1s. This has the V1A tender. The coal bunker side is much lower, and so this has received the V1A. And this is kind of a classic look on the New Haven. The R1s on the shoreline had the Vandy tenders. So you've got the feed water heater, gold glow headlight, the Vandy tender, and the pumps up front here. That's just a very, very telltale New Haven locomotive. This still has Southern valve gear. This group of R1Bs were delivered with the Southern valve gear. Many of them received the Baker later on. So a good look at the front and the way this is all configured up here for the pumps. It's already received the strap pilot here. Nice broadside shot. This has one of the long haul tenders. So the shoreline had these larger tenders, either the Vandy or these tenders, so that they wouldn't have to make as many water stops. Still the Southern valve gear. Pumps has not been moved up front. There's still just the single pump on this one. This one has, actually, it's the same locomotive later on. This has now received the Baker valve gear. More sand lines here. The pumps have been moved up front. It has ATS, and it also has a doghouse on this one. So it's all in these little details. This is kind of what will make a model a little bit more unique. If you want to, you can make some of these changes and model something very specific. So it's a little different than just your standard off-the-shelf model. And so I don't know what all of this piping is here, but you know, this has been added as well to some of them. So the next group of them, 3335 to 3339, also has the sand dome over the second driver. This has Southern valve gear on it still. This is the locomotive that I'm going to need to model, and the Key did release it with the Southern valve gear, which is nice. And then I got a USRA tender from another model. This is later on in its life. Now it has more sand lines here. This is pretty much what I'm going to base mine off of. This is kind of the end of life at 47. This ran on a one train from Hartford to Bridgeport until the end of 48, and then it was retired. 33, 39 with the Vandy tender again. This is the V1A with the lower coal bunker sides. Runs on both Shoreline and Springfield line, it looks like. So the last group of R1Bs switched the sand dome back over the first driver. So this is another group of R1Bs that's really easy to model from any light mountain. And this is the group, there's a handout that I provided there that is a document that John Pryke did in 1971 about modeling this class, this group of them using an Akane brass locomotive, but you can use any light mountain for this particular group. And so these were, with the sand dome here, the trailing truck is the one that's available as parts, so you can pretty easily model this particular group of R1Bs. The Vandy tenders you either get from a key brass one, or you can use the BLI Vandy tender that they released on the I-4. So the R3s were New Haven's heavy mountains, and they actually wanted to, they tried to classify these as the New Haven type. So the Santa Fe type that they had, the L1s, they were hoping that the industry would adopt that name for that. These were unique. I'm not sure anybody else had these. These are a 3-cylinder locomotive. So again, it has this on the front. This has something to do with the fact it's a 3-cylinder locomotive. The other one's buried under here and all the linkage in the center. These have cast McClellan smoke boxes and boilers. So this is a cast smoke box. And the steam lines here are all cast into this one part here. These came with the feed water heaters, came with the ATS up front. They later moved, again, the air pumps up front for these, and you can see that these are just massive locomotives like the L1s. And these were really the heavy shoreline freight. So the L1s were pretty much, mostly Maybrook to Cedar Hill. These would have been shoreline trains from Cedar Hill to Boston, for example, and handling the heavy freights at speed. So really just massive locomotives. And some of them received these large shields in front of the air pumps. Must have made maintenance rather interesting. It does make for a very unique looking locomotive. You won't mistake it for kind of anything else, I don't think. The ATS box is up here on the top, which is an interesting placement for it. There's another one. This one's got a doghouse. Shoreline and Hartford ATS again. And these have been available. The precision scale one is really well done. Walshart's valve gear. For New Haven modelers as well, this is kind of an interesting one. John Pryke was a really big part of the NMRAx, the organization itself, but also an amazing modeler, and scratch built this an R3A with a working 3rd cylinder when he was 16. And after spending however many countless hours, he always told us he decided that there were things he didn't like, so he tore it apart and rebuilt it and did it a second time. So, but he was a master at scratch building. New Haven Steam, Bill Aldrich would be another one. And so the R3 was kind of the one that was big for him. Here's a look at the 3 different, various appearances over the years as they moved things around and added shields or not for this class of locomotives. But shoreline modelers, up through probably about 47, this is a key one. So passenger trains, For small passengers, the G4A would have been a branch line one for a lot of them. This is a very straightforward, not a lot of changes made to these over the years, with the exception of when they were rebuilt, this smoke box was extended. So this is the original configuration, and you can see how it's been extended out here. So depending on what area you're modeling, you may need to make some modifications to the Empire Midland model. Not all have arched windows. These were early locomotives, like the K1s, and so and the T2s as well. So some of them had the arched windows, some did not. Some, the headlight was on the front, some was moved to the top up here as well. Otherwise, it's just the same minor changes on these that would be made to like the J1s or the K1s, where some modifications for the running board, air pumps, swapping tenders, and that sort of thing. They did not have a lot of major changes. And while they're recognizably New Haven, they don't jump out at you like the L1s or the R1Bs with their Alesco feed water heaters and the air pumps up front. So you can see, so these, the New Haven was slow to adopt stokers. In some cases, they did it only because they were forced to. But when they did add the stoker, they would extend the coal bunker sides to compensate for the lost coal capacity. Some cases, I think they did that just to increase capacity, even if it didn't receive a stoker. But this is, another example of modifications that they would make to the tenders over the years. Otherwise, these are pretty straightforward, simple locomotive, but a lot of road numbers to choose from here if you're modeling it. Still with the boiler tube pilots on these. A lot of them had this railing going down across the front on the G4s. If you're modeling the east end, these would have been very common on the old colony lines. The main passenger classes on the New Haven were the I classes. These locomotives, they're the I1 class. There's no model available of it. I don't have any pictures in here of that. It's a similar light Pacific. The I2 class was kind of the standard branch line and also secondary mainline passenger trains. So for the non-named trains, the I2s were pretty common. And they lasted up until the end of steam and did not receive a whole lot of modifications. They were great just as they were. So, and they just lasted a long time. Very clean look on these. They did not receive the modifications that the heavier classes did. This has ATS up on the pilot here for, this is on Boston, so this would have been on the shoreline. This is one in freight service. We have photos of the I2s and I4s in freight service. So they did do have, and actually some engine assignments specifically for that. So it was not just an anomaly. At times they were used specifically in that service. So the I4 is one of those signature New Haven locomotives. Again, this is just, it really can't be anything else because of changes they made. The air tanks are moved up top here. When they did that, they found that it would suck smoke and steam underneath these and into the cabs. So they added smoke deflectors to them. And of course, the feed water heater was an addition. Otherwise, you've got the arch cab windows, and these were kind of the signature passenger locomotive until 1937. They had 50 of them, and these were handling all of the named trains on the shoreline and the major named trains on Springfield line. And one of those that they most people would identify as a uniquely New Haven locomotive. If you were asking about New Haven steam, this would be it. This is a tender off of a J1 locomotive, and then it received stokers. And when they added the stoker, they added the coal bunker extension. It's got a lot of patches on the side here, it looks like. An interesting locomotive to model. Different patches on this one, same tender. So this is an I4F, and this hatch here is for the Type E superheater. When they receive superheaters, a Type A or Type E, they would be different classes. So the Type A was an I4E, Type E superheater became an I4F, and you can tell by those hatches behind the smoke deflector there. ATS on this one again. There's a look at that hatch as well. So 1357, this is interesting sequence here that I can show you. So this is on the shoreline with the long haul tender, the W12C that was used for the shoreline. Then later on, actually a year later, it looks like it's now gone back to a more standard tender for its size. And so this is in Cedar Hill, but it's doesn't have the ATS box on the front anymore. It doesn't, well, yeah, it may be hidden under there, but it doesn't look like it does. So this may not be running on the shoreline anymore. This could be used on some other service, although it is sitting in Cedar Hill. So it could have the ATS box on the side as well. But this has the separate tender, and at this point, it's these are an I4E class with the Type A superheater. Here it is again, but now it has the W10C tender with the extended coal bunker, and it is now an I4F with the Type E superheater. It does have the ATS on the back, so it's probably hidden under there, and just the angle of the photo was hiding it, especially since that was Cedar Hill as well. So this one is, shows kind of the evolution of the class. And this, of course, was the one I showed at the beginning. This is also the same 1357, near the end of its life. This would have been its final configuration. And I have photos of this in New Britain. So again, patches on the side, but your pretty standard New Haven steam here. This is 1392, I'm sorry, 1359 on the Merchants in 32 with the V1A tender. We don't have too many photos of these with the V1A, but that was what those tenders were initially purchased for. There's been a long-standing story that says that they would derail on the slip switches in Boston, and so they didn't last very long. We've documented in photos 5 years of service, but they were purchased specifically so that they wouldn't have to make a water stop in New London and therefore increase the time. And so I find it hard to believe that they would sometime after 33 remove those tenders before they received the long haul tenders in 37. So I think they ran with them for about a decade before they were replaced. I certainly don't doubt that they may have had problems with them, but they probably just worked around it until they replaced them with the longer tenders. It's a good shot of the W7A tender, the rear of it, toolbox, and all that. It's a real nice shot. It's not as common a perspective, so for modelers, this is a real nice shot. Here it is in freight service. This is in Berlin, which is just south of New Britain, or westbound on the Berlin line, I guess, by railroad direction. And this was on a freight that was both a through freight Holyoke to Cedar Hill, but it served as the local freight north of Plainville, as well as serving as the local freight for Berlin itself. So here it is doing some switching moves in Berlin. And again, we do have records of them being assigned specifically to local freights or through freights as opposed to just passenger service. Nice shot of it there, though. In 47, it still has the NE class wooden caboose as well. Here's 1383 in New Britain on passenger service. So I mentioned earlier that the steam, some of these classes you would see more common on the East End in the later years. So as diesels came onto the property, they were assigned to the West End initially, and the steam was pushed further east. And actually that continued as new diesels came on. The older diesels were pushed east. So if you're modeling Rhode Island or the Boston area, Old Colony, that sort of thing, You'll run steam there a lot longer. This was in March 48. By the end of 1948, there was no steam running through New Britain anymore. And the only reason this continued to use steam on this to the end of 48 was because the power was assigned in Boston. This one's been decorated up for the Yankee Clipper. It says YC on the front here, and they've, done some nice edging here along all the way, even along the tender. So, all right, and then the classic New Haven loco that everybody knows, steam-wise anyway, is the I-5. There were a few minor modifications made to these over the years, not many visible ones. Since they were designed specifically as a streamlined locomotive, but to have easy access to maintenance, they didn't suffer the fate of a lot of other streamlined equipment where they would slowly remove some of the streamlined covers and stuff so that they could get easier access to it. This was the original configuration. There are a number of visible differences with the number of stripes on the pilot here, as you'll see in them, and the paint schemes as they go on. Some of them receive the little script herald in the front here. This doesn't have a stripe on the bottom of the pilot like that other one did. This is the second paint scheme with the script herald here. It's already received it in 39. Very easy to model. A number of brass models been released, and of course BLI released it as a hybrid brass or brass model as well. And you won't mistake it for anything else. It was a unique locomotive. New Haven had 10 of them that they purchased in 1937, and they were all retired by, well, at least by 52. I think by 1950 they were all off the roster. I kind of prefer this original paint scheme myself with the New Haven spelled out. I think we're running low on time, so we'll take questions here in just a second. So this was the final scheme with the large script herald, and so that's it. This one was set up for, this is in pusher service. It's got an extra headlight on the back here instead of just the backup light. But I'll minimize this so we can answer any questions. If folks have any questions, there's a lot of stuff in the handouts. Hopefully I didn't go too quickly through this.
Can you give us your blog location?
Yes. So the website is newbritainstation.com.
And that's Britain with a T-A-I-N.
Britain, B-R-I-T-A-I-N.
Okay.
.com. I'll go right there. It is newbritainstation.com. The blog is blog.newbritainstation.com, and that's where the handouts are here for you.
Thank you.
Actually, I probably have to share that screen because I think all you see is here. Let me see how I do that. Share a different screen. You want to see this one. So hopefully you can see it now. That's the blog, but like I said, New Britain Station, there's lots of information about the New Haven Railroad, but also about just kind of my approach to modeling and philosophy and so on. And the handouts are available here for that. I don't see if any questions came up. I'm on the Facebook chat. I don't know if...
we have plenty of questions.
Okay.
Are there some quick and dirty kit bash things you can do to model these?
So the major quick and dirty kit bash is the Bachmann Light Mountain, USRA Light Mountain, into an R1B class. And there's two specific handouts in there that detail how to go through that process. The primary handout is based on a brass engine, but you just substitute the Bachmann engine for that. Has all the parts and stuff shown on that. Then the second one, and it wasn't showing up there, it's still syncing, I think, is Ted Collada had put together a list of detailed parts and changes he was going to make to the Bachmann one to do the R1B. The easiest one to do is the Y3 switchers, because that's just almost a straight USRA 080, and you can use any model for those. You can use a Bachmann. There's a class that I didn't feature here because there's not a readily available model, but the F5 class can be based off of a Bachmann model as well. Otherwise, most of these you're going to start with brass, but they've gotten to be pretty reasonable with the amount of them on eBay and so on.
What is the ATS box?
It's a signaling system that's in the cab. It's also called cab signal sometimes. So not only would you have the signals in the on the line, but if you passed a signal, you'd have the signal in front of you in the cab, and it would actually stop the train if you went through a signal incorrectly. And on the shoreline in particular, that was super important because there are a lot of drawbridges on the shoreline. The shoreline the New Haven suffered from a problem because the longest run was from Boston to New York. And there's a lot of curves on the shoreline in addition to the drawbridges. They did get all the grade crossings elevated, but you don't see the huge steam like the big boys or articulate a question of acceleration more than running at high speed constantly.
Now, in the beginning of your slideshow, I noticed that as you go from one picture to the next one, the headlight in the front moves from the middle of the boiler to the top.
Yep.
And back to the middle. Is there a reason for them being?
Well, the reason in the slideshow it's moving back and forth is because the pictures are not in chronological order; they're in order by road number. So a lot of times they move the headlight, I believe, to the top of it specifically to make it easier to service the locomotive. Because then, when you're opening the smoke box front, you don't have to worry about the headlight being in the way. It might have been also for visibility. I don't know if having it mounted higher helped, a longer throw, but they start for the ones that did move, they started in the front of the smoke box and then moved it to the top of the smoke box.
Okay. So on your picture of the R3A, there's some big cylinder thing like where the top headlight was on the other locos. What is that?
So the big cylinder is the Alesco feed water heater. So there's a number of different feed water heaters that railroads use for steam locomotives. Normally what happens is you have water coming out of the tender that's essentially room temperature, okay? And you're trying to heat it up to boiling temperature and above. So the feed water heater is a bundle of piping in there, and there's pipes that come from the boiler that wrap around the pipes in there, and it actually preheats the water before it then gets into the boiler.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so there's a pump on the side of the locomotive that is drawing the water and pumping it into the feed water heater, and then that heats the water so that it's going into the boiler at closer to boiling temperature already. My understanding is that the benefit of that is for things like acceleration more than running at speed. But that's I'm not. There's certainly steam experts out there that understand how all of these appliances function and why they're there. But those were primarily applied. If you look at the classes that the New Haven used them on, they were on the R classes. And the I4 class, as well as the L1. So those are the ones that are running on the shoreline and have more starts and stops and need to be able to accelerate faster.
Cool. So who were the companies building these beasts?
Most of the New Haven was an Alco shop. Alco was the primary provider of steam for New Haven. They had a bidding war for the I5 class. So those were the only Baldwin built locomotives on the railroad. And that is part of what gives the New Haven a particular, a family appearance, since the locomotives were built by Alco and then a lot of work done in the New Haven's own shops. They do have a very similar look to them, whereas some roads that made a purchase from multiple builders would have had a number of different appearances because of that.
Cool. Well, Randy, thank you very, very much. That was quite informative. I'm not a steam modeler, but now you piqued my interest.
Yeah.
Your time, and thank you for putting all this effort in.
Oh, and thank you guys for doing this. This is great fun. Gordy and you and the crew and stuff are doing a great job making this work for us. And I've got an operations one that I'm planning on doing on the 13th the next time. So I hope to see everybody there.
Thank you much. Stay safe.
Thanks, you too.
I suppose I could really mess with you guys and do stuff like that.
No.
I don't want to make anybody crazy. So, will you give me a hand signal?
Here we go. Welcome back. We have some technical difficulty. Let us know at any point when you cannot hear Pete anymore, so we can go back in debug mode. Right now, our next clinician is the owner of Dead Rail Installs. In his free time, he has practiced weathering using a variety of materials and styles. He has become an expert on using pan pastels with other weathering products to create realistic effects on cars, locomotives, and structures. Also the division director of the PSR San Diego division and the PSR membership chair. Welcome, Pete Steinmetz.
Thank you, Speed. That was a good introduction, just like I wrote. So I don't actually have to say anything about that, but welcome. This is a great opportunity for me to present a clinic, and I changed it up a little bit. We've had some really good weathering guys on here, Ralph Renzetti among others, that are really just top of the line weathering guys. What I'm going to do is change it up a little bit, and I'm going to go for the guys that maybe are a little nervous about weathering their cars or don't quite understand it. This is going to be basically a beginner's class to show guys how to start weathering. And after that, practice, and you'll get good at it. And I used to belong to an N-scale club, and I started weathering probably about 10 years ago. And they still have a few of those cars on their layout. And when I went and visited them, I looked at them and I went, man, these things really suck. And I offered to take them back and clean them up a little bit, but they said, nah, just leave them the way they are. So what we're going to do, pan pastels is my main weathering product. I'm going to show you a few things with pan pastels. I'm going to tell you where you can get some. It's not a great investment. You could get by with just using a few basic colors. I'm going to switch cameras right now, and so I can actually show you some stuff. There may be a slight delay, and okay, hopefully everybody can still hear me. We are going to start with some pan pastels. I have an Indiana Harbor Belt boxcar here that from a kit that I just built. It's a branch line Yardmaster series, which are very nice kits. One of the first thing I do when I get these kits built is I go out and clear coat, put flat finish on them. I don't use dull coat because I just don't like dull coat very much. I think there's a lot better and less expensive products out there. Krylon makes a good clear flat. Rust-Oleum makes a good clear flat. Also, the best one I found is the Tamiya TS80. It's great stuff, but it's expensive. It's about double the price of the Rust-Oleum and the Krylon, but it puts a very fine mist out there. So I use that for cars that I really like. The rest of them that are just going to be run-of-the-mills is I use Krylon on it. But don't be bashful. You don't need a really thick coat on there. Just a few light sprays will give some tooth for the pan pastels and the pigments that I'm going to use. So without further ado, the first thing I do is I fade the lettering. And one thing I use these tiny little, these are eyebrow brushes, and I will show you. These come from Target. They're $2 for a pack of 24. Hopefully you can see that. They're called eye applicator shading, and they're just little foam brushes. Target always has them, easy to find. Sometimes they'll look at you a little funny when you ask for eyeliner brushes, but don't worry about it. I take my pan pastel. This particular color is called Red Iron Oxide Shade, and I lightly, very lightly, put a little bit on there. And then I will go over and I will start pulling from the top down. And when you go over the lettering, it just fades it just a little bit. And it's really easy. I mean, I've seen guys get into doing some putting really a lot of effort into fading lettering, spraying them with an airbrush with white and different colors. And this is just so easy. It just takes seconds to do. One of the nice things about pan pastels is you can blend them. So I'm just kind of fading and I try to get a color that's similar to what the car color actually is. And that works pretty well. Next color I'm going to put on here is called, this one is called Permanent Red Extra Dark. And it's just a little bit darker. I use the same side of the brush that I used with the last color, and I go on and I'm just mixing them a little bit. Hopefully everybody can see this. It's very subtle, very subtle. You don't need a lot. You're just pulling it down, starting at the top and pulling it down. And if you can see this, these colors are just all nicely blending together. Another color I'm going to use is called Burnt Sienna Shade, and it is more of a brown color. And I'm going to hit the bottom of the car with this. And it's easy to do. These things, they're really nice because they blend. They blend so well together. One of the things that people ask is, well, if I'm going to get started with pan pastels, what do I do? And I suggest if you don't have any, you go buy a set. Sets are available. You can get them on Amazon. There's a set that's basically rusts and browns. There's another one that's grays. There's another one, I believe it's called Locomotive. But all of these sets contain like 6 or 7 different colors. And they'll get you going. Or you can go someplace like Dick Blick and just buy a couple of colors. Take a car in there and buy a couple of colors that look like boxcar red or whatever car you're looking at. Works good. So I'm just going to go over this a little bit for a couple of minutes here. And I'm going to use the browns and I'm going to use the reds. Get in the door here a little bit. Hopefully everybody can see this because it is subtle. And you get a little bit on there and let's say I make a mistake. Oh, that's just way too much on there. You can see that I just covered that B up, and I don't really want to do that. One of the great things about pan pastels is it's really forgiving. So I don't like that B, so I take my little gummed eraser, which is like a Faber-Castell. These things cost $1. They're at Hobby Lobby, Michael's. They're just a little gum eraser. And I will just go over this. And as you can see, voila, takes it all away. So then I can go back, being a little bit more careful and very lightly drag it down here and just fade it just a bit. And the fades on them, they're not uniform. So maybe one letter is a little bit darker than another. It's pretty hard for you guys to see this because, as I say, these things are pretty subtle. I've tried to light my work area as best I can without having floodlights on top of it. So I take another color, one of the 2 original colors that I used, and I just pull it down, and I'm just fading that lettering in it, and I'm fading the side of the car, and it works really well. You can see how quickly I did that. And how I got started with pan pastels is Tony Custer had an article in Model Railroader a few years ago about weathering cars with pan pastels, and he did it really fast. And you could do it fast. You can get some grays and some browns and all of that, and you can go over your cars very quickly. And I thought, well, what if I spent a little bit more time on them? What would happen? And that's how I really got into using pan pastels. Is I would go into Dick Blick and buy colors, and I bought some really weird colors that I thought I'd never use. That turns out that I use them all the time. And I'll get into that in just a minute. So that's the car side. We're going to spend a bit of time on the wheels. One of the things that I use for wheels is I use this Floatwool enamel paint marker. These are no longer available as this brand of Floatwool, but they are still available. Testers still makes them, and they call them something different. You just shake them up a little bit. There's all kinds of other brands that do the same thing. Has a little tip on the end, and you take the tip and you just touch it a little bit to get it flowing. And then you go right into your car wheel, and I just leave it on there. I just spin it. And then I go over it a little bit, and I'm not so much trying to fully color it as I'm just trying to get some liquid on there for the next step. And the next step is I take some pigments, and this is an Ammo of MIG pigment. AK Interactive has very similar colors. And one thing I like about the military guys stuff is they've got such a huge range of colors. You can also use AIM or Bragdon, but their color selection is not as great. I think Bragdon has one rust color, and a lot of the military guys have 5 and 6 rust colors. So I just take a little bit of this, and I just put it on the wheels that are still wet on the inside of them. And it does two things. It colors them, and it gives a little texture. Whoop. So now that I've got my wheels done, I just let them dry. Just let them dry like that. I didn't do anything more to them than throw a little bit of this on. You can also take a little bit of rust color and throw it on too. These things are a few dollars, and you can find them. Most shops that sell stuff to the military guys have this. A lot of the kit shops, of which there seem to be more of those around still than there are model train shops. And you can just kind of go over it, just throw it on. You don't need to be too careful. Just colors it up, leaving a little pigment on there. And then the next thing I'm going to do, and you don't have to go to this kind of detail. You can just simply do it with a pan pastel. You can take a nice gray color and just go over them, and it works really well. Now it blends in really nicely with the pigments that I just put on there. But the really cool stuff, and if you watched Dwayne's clinic a couple of hours ago, he talked about this. These are weathering pencils from AK Interactive, and they are great. I really like them. I was using the Prismacolor pencils and Carbothello pencils. I like those a lot too. Any of these, you can use them wet or dry. And so I'm just going to go over here just a wee bit, and I'm going to put some rust on the springs. And this is a very bright colored rust. There's other colors that you can use. There's a medium rust that you can put on there. You don't want any one color to stand out. You want them to all just be subtle and blend in. As if you can see that there's two different colors of rust right there on the springs on the truck. Works out really well. The stuff dries. You got some texture in there. You've got a blend of colors. I really like to blend colors. It works real well, and it gives a really good appearance. I'm kind of as far as weathering, a less is more guy, and so I'm just going to take some of these pigments, and I'm going to go along the lower door here, because this is stuff that would normally blow up from the tracks. I go along there just with a little bit of what I call debris, and any of the pigments that you drop on your work surface, they can all be reused, and just don't worry about them because they blend in and they make some really nice colors. So I'm just lightly going along here. Now, usually you weather from the top down, but on the if you're trying to go for the effect of stuff that's blown up from the tracks, you go from the bottom up, but you don't go all the way up. You just go a little bit. Once again, very subtle. As you can see, I'm not being too awful careful with this stuff because weathering is not awful careful. So I get here on this this particular step, and I don't like I just don't like it. I need something more on there. I'm going to need some gray on there. So I once again take very subtly. You can see, once again, I'm still blending. So this is 3 colors right here that are blended together. When I do this, I end up with half weathered cars, and every once in a while I'll take my evening modeling time and I'll sit down and I'll do the other halves of the cars because I can't really run these things. I take them to the club layout and they're all half weathered, and I'm not really liking it that much. Once again, you can go over you can go over your trucks, and you're just blending it in. You're just adding thin layers of color over the top of what's already there. When I do the trucks, how I do the car, when I take it outside and put the flat finish on it. I will take it and I will set it like this. I will spray it. I'll spray along here, pointing down, getting this part. I'll then go around to the other side and do the same thing. Then I take them and very carefully pick them up by the couplers because you won't leave fingerprints that way. I turn it on the top and I do the same thing as I go over it this way. And then I go over it this way. I do the same thing with the ends, hit them from both when the car's on its top and when the car's on its wheels. And you don't need to do much, just a couple of little sprays like that. That's it. That's all you need to do. You're not really, all you're doing is giving some tooth for the for your weathering media, your pan pastels and your pigments and all that to stick. I see a lot, I use a lot of photos. And let me show you a photo right here. This is a Canadian Pacific boxcar. I go on the internet, get photos, and then send them to Costco and get 5x7 prints of them. And I always use, I 100% recommend, especially if you're new, that you use photos. They're easy to find online. There's all kinds of sites that you can find them. You don't have to have the exact car. Like, for instance, this is a 40-foot Canadian Pacific versus a 40-foot International Harbor Belt. Doesn't matter. They're both going to weather about the same because the cars are used in system-wide. If, for instance, you've got a car that just goes from the mine to, let's say, the smelter or an offload facility, it's going to have different weathering. Look at where it's at, what type of environment it's actually in. Is it in a desert? Is it in mountains? Look at that because that'll determine what kind of weathering the car has. And usually you can find stuff that's pretty close. I mean, it doesn't need to be exact. It just should be somewhat representative. I used to think I was cool, and I would do N-scale cars, and I would put them on eBay to sell. And it was funny because I'd do a nice car, and I'd spend a lot of time on it. I was probably, for what I was asking, doing it for about 10 cents an hour. And I'd put them on there, and they'd sit there, and it'd be a car like this, and it wouldn't sell. And I go, why aren't people buying these? So I went back, and I got some graffiti decals. And I threw some graffiti decals on, and those things sold like hotcakes. And the era that I modeled, transition, there really wasn't any graffiti, so I don't have it really on the cars that I do. I have a few modern cars just to have a modern train because I like Canadian Pacific SD40-2s. So I have a few modern cars for them to pull, and I have some graffiti on some of those cars. But graffiti is a whole art, and I'm by no means an artist. I still can draw stick figures pretty good, but I'm not an artist. I see some guys do some hand freehand graffiti, and I'm amazed at the level of talent that they have for doing graffiti. I need a decal, and it works good. There's plenty of decals out there available for graffiti. So we've gotten the side somewhat done, and as it goes from dirtier at the bottom to up the side a little bit, it becomes more subtle. Heavier concentration of dirt down here, less concentration of dirt, but it kind of blends itself out. Somehow or another, there's a little mark there, but you know what? There's exactly those kinds of marks right here on the side of the boxcar. So I have a prototype photo. It's funny because some guys say, well, that's not how it really looks. And, you pull out a photo and say, yeah, it is. And there you go. And it kind of quiets them down because there's always guys that think that they know more. And sometimes they do, but many times they don't. But just remember, it is your railroad, so you can do whatever you want with it. Now, getting over here to the ladders. These brushes are great for doing the side, but they can't really get in here very well. So there's another tool that I use. These are called color shapers, COLOUR shaper, SHAPER. You can buy them individually or in sets in art supply stores. You can buy them on Amazon. They're a bit pricey if you buy the set. You want to buy the ones that are called firm. There's a soft one and a firm one, and you want the firm ones. The soft ones just are too soft for what we're doing. So I'm going to take a little bit of my color, and I'm going to go right in here, and darn if that thing doesn't get right in there. These color shapers also come in different shapes, but you can see I've filled that in very nicely without doing too much. In this shape, it's interesting. I don't know if how well you can see that, but it's just it's flat, but then it's bent. And there's another one that is on both sides. It's tapered, and that's also a good one to use. These are nice because you can clean them up at the end. You just a little soap and water cleans them right up. And once again, you can do some blending. I thought that was a little too dark, so I just blended it over a little bit. Same with this one. It's really nice for getting down in any type of recess. You can also use it on the ends to get in this area because that's kind of sometimes a little hard to get to. So in order to get good at this stuff, you've got to practice. And you don't want to practice on your good cars. You want to go to the swap meets and pick up those old Tyco dollar cars and just some of the stuff that's painted pretty funny, or I've dumpster dived for cars before where I knew somebody threw a bunch of them away and pulled them out and just used them for weathering practice and passed them along to a friend of mine in the LA division, James Keena, who does hands-on weathering, and he supplies the car. So he doesn't want to go out and buy really good cars, so he supplies cars for people to practice on. And it's a lot of fun to just practice on some old junker because you don't have an emotional attachment to it, and it's never going to run on your railroad, so you can do whatever you want to it. And it works pretty well. So I highly recommend that you practice on your old cars. Don't practice on your new prize-winning model. You'll get to that eventually after you get good at it and get some photos and you feel confident that you can reproduce the colors. Another thing I do is I use these little disposable brushes that are Ultra Brush. They come in different sizes. There's some little ones that are more like Q-tips, and there's these type of brushes, just the regulars. I try to buy them when they're on sale somewhere because they can be a little pricey. I think I paid $1.99 at Hobby Lobby for this pack. But they're pretty good to use in all kinds of weathering things. They get into cracks a little bit better than the foam brushes do. And you can get it right into some of these details. They're really not hard enough to get into the ladders, but they're good for doing sides and getting into ribs and ends. Like doing the ends and getting right down in here. And because I sprayed this with clear flat, I've got some tooth in there, so it sticks pretty well. So one of the things I do is when I get a lot of the pan pastels on there, I use what's called a fan brush. This is a very soft bristled brush, and I'll just go always from top to bottom on using this brush, always from top to bottom, and it just pulls it down. And you're cleaning off the excess that's just sitting on there. It'll accumulate down here on your work surface, and by all means, scrape that stuff up and use it again, because you'll end up with some really cool colors if you do that. There's another tool that I use. This is from Dick Blick. It's called a scrubber brush. And what it is, it's got some very short little bristles on it, and they're very, very tight, very tough. And you can go on this, like for instance, if you really need to get in somewhere, you can go like this and just don't worry about bearing down on it. Just scrub that sucker and get it right in here. And it really penetrates, and it really gets in there. Once again, this brush can be cleaned with easily with soap and water. But it's got enough of a tip at the end that you can really, get into some little slots, like run some rust down here. You can also run some rust from the roof of the car down, because rust will come down from the roof. Hopefully you can see that. Once again, subtle but effective. Using another color, going right here. You can see there really aren't any big tricks to this. It's just having a few colors and practicing. It's fun. For me, it's pretty relaxing. After a tough day, I can go and relax by making a clean car dirty, and that's what it's all about. Dwayne Richardson in his clinic a couple of hours ago talked about ideas about where weathering should be. Actually, we should do a clinic together. He can talk about the philosophy, and I can do the weathering. And but you have to think about where the weathering should be, and that's where photos come in really well. I've got some other photos that I use. Costco was liking me a lot before we had our lockdown, because I was always out there having them print stuff. And as you can see, the whole idea of this was not to get a full car. It was just to highlight the weathering. Areas where the doors have scraped and took the paint off and caused some rust. There's some interesting rust down here along the rivet lines. Also some rust over here where this door scraped along the side. You can see rust on the top between the side and the roof line. There's also streaks that come down here that you can do. You can take one of the colored pencils and make some rust streaks that come down. Usually following a rivet line, I can just go down like that and just do all I'm doing is highlighting the rivets very subtly. And if you get a little bit too much on, not a problem. Take your little eraser and go over it, or you can blend it in. So I erased that a little bit, but not to my satisfaction. So I'm going to just blend that thing right in a little bit with some pan pastels over the top of it. And as you can see, it just blends right in. All these things work well together. Both the pigments that I use, and also the pencils, the pan pastels, they all work really well together. It just takes practice. Just practice, 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 and you'll find some cars that you just go, man, this isn't very good. And hold on to one of your first cars and look at it after a couple of years, and you'll find that it's. You'll look at it and you'll probably laugh and you'll say, well, that's not what I meant to do, and I wasn't very good at that. But keep at it, because you'll get better, and you'll get into using your prized cars. As you can see, I'm just kind of adding a little bit, blending a little bit. But sometimes I get it a little bit too much, and there's some powder left on there, so I take it off like this, and then I'm going to go back over it. Just very subtly add a little bit of color over the top of this mark. And voila, bends right in. And if you say, well, that doesn't look quite right, well, there's that. Here's another car, Canadian Pacific wheat boxcar. You can see it's really dirty here, but there's some lighter areas right here and right here. The door has dirt at the bottom and dirt here, but it's cleaner up there. Now, another thing that's really hard to do is find photos of roofs of cars. Roofs of cars are tough. I have a couple of roofs in here somewhere. Here's a couple of roofs. If you look at that, that's a 40-foot boxcar, just a pretty much a transition early diesel era. There's some early trailer train stuff on here, but look at the roof. The wooden boards are lighter. There's one missing right there, but there's grays and a couple shades of gray. There's a dark gray right here. It goes to lighter gray. You can do that. I mean, that's it takes a little practice, but you can do that. And let me show you real quick. Obviously, I'm not going to do the whole car, but I'll just do a little bit of it right there. And I'm going to get a little bit in here. And don't forget that it will run down the sides a little bit. We'll do one here and we'll run it down the side. And we're going to use the scrubber brush. Oops. Here it is. We're going to use a scrubber brush. You'll never believe what color this is. It looks gray-green, and it's called turquoise extra dark. Now, you'd never use any of the other turquoise on here because they are actually more turquoise. But this is just subtly hitting the top and running down the side just a wee bit. I'm of the school that less is more in weathering. I look at a lot of military modelers. There's tons of YouTube videos on how to do weathering that the military guys do. They actually spend a lot of time on their finishes, a lot more than we do, because most of the time their models are static. So they don't have to move. They don't have to worry about decoders or clean wheels or motors or any of that stuff. So they can go and put a couple of dabs of something on their car or on their tank or whatever, and then they come back the next day and put a couple more dabs on and just continue like that. We really can't or don't spend as much time doing that as they do. But you can learn a lot of the techniques, and I've got a lot of military friends that model that I've met through Facebook and through other areas, and I look at their techniques, and I've become good friends with them. I joke with my wife that if we ever go to Poland, I won't have to buy a beer because I know so many military modelers over in Poland, and these guys are over the top. I mean, their stuff is so awesome. It's just incredible what these guys do, especially with their scenery. I have a friend, Martin Welberg, in the Netherlands that has Martin Welberg Scenic Studios, and he's got some incredible scenery. It's available in the U.S. through Scenic Express, but give a look to some of the stuff that he does. He has a lot of big presence on Facebook, but when you look at his shrubbery and his weeds and his small trees and that, it's just amazing. So there's all kinds of guys out there doing different things, and I'm not sure how many questions we've got, but I'm ready to take some questions.
We have a few.
Okay, well, hit it. Let's do it.
In the beginning, you listed some colors.
Yes.
We got another question for what's the common pan pastel colors you use?
Okay, that's a great question. I will tell you. One is called Permanent Red Extra Dark. I like that a lot. There's another one called Red Iron Oxide Shade. The shades are going to be a little bit darker. Pan Pastel comes in a neutral color. There's a red iron oxide. There's one called Red Iron Oxide Tint that will be lighter because all the tints have white added to them, and the darks and extra darks have black added to them. So it takes a color, like for instance, this one that I was using, this turquoise. The only one that I really like is the extra dark, because it really doesn't look very turquoise. It looks more of a blue, but when you put it on a car, it doesn't look blue at all. It looks like a dirty gray. Another one that I use is called Burnt Sienna Shade. There's also the Burnt Sienna, just called plain old Burnt Sienna, is a good one. A lot of these come in the sets. I mentioned the sets. If you don't have any, I really suggest that you buy a set. The sets are good because I'll have a few different shades of stuff. And there's the red colored set, and then there's a gray colored set. They're available. Amazon, Dick Blick has them, both mail order and sometimes in the stores. Not all the stores of Dick Blick carry a full selection of pan pastels. A friend of mine, Roger Malinowski at Stony Creek Designs, sells pan pastels both in sets and individually, and he has good prices and good shipping.
Okay.
So
if I need to weather a yellow railbox car, what color would I use?
it depends on the shade of yellow. You might use this color, which looks funny there, but it's called Diral Yellow Extra Dark.
Ouch.
And yeah, exactly. I'm doing another clinic for some people in British Columbia, and I'm doing a BC Rail green box car, or some guys do the BNSF cars. And let me see if I can pull out of my. I'm going to go back to the other camera real quick. Let's see.
Pete, we lost you. You have to switch the microphone. Almost.
Am I back?
Now, there you go.
Okay, good. Here is a green color that is really good for fading the BNSF green. It's called Chromium Oxide Green Shade, and it's perfect. I had a friend of mine who wanted me to do a BNSF car or a BN car for him, and I couldn't find the right shade of green, and I found this one, and it looks a little too dark, but it isn't when you put it on the car. It works great.
So it's not like you need a lighter color to weather a yellow car?
No, you try to get a color that's almost the same as the car itself, and when you put it on, it'll become lighter because you put it on subtly. You don't want to use a scrubber to scrub it in because then it's going to end up being the same color. But if you just drag your tool across the side of the car lightly, then it'll just leave a little bit, and it works good.
So on the boxcar that you were weathering, were those plastic
Yes.
wheels, or would you work also on metal wheels?
No, these are metal wheels. Yeah, I really only use metal wheels. I don't know that I've ever done this on a plastic wheeled car. It should be the same because all you're doing is painting it with the Floquil marker, and then you're just using the paint to, are you using the pigments? Just stick into the wet paint, and the paint stays wet for a while, so you've got a few minutes to fiddle with it. Gundam makes a lot of these types of markers now in various colors, and there's some other ones. A lot of the.
So someone is modeling. Oh, we lost Pete. Stand by. Let's hope here he comes.
I dropped out there for a second.
Lost you for a second. The link to
Am
a
I
straight.
back? Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Perfect. Yes. I don't know what happened. My grandfather used to call that a fish went over the dam.
Someone's modeling 1912, and there's not a lot of steel cars back then. So how would you handle wood cars?
I would do wood cars similar to the way that I did these with the fading the sides, but then I would get in there with these pencils, with the AK. I like the AK pencils. In fact, I got these I was in the Netherlands when this whole crazy lockdown stuff happened, and I actually spent a day with Martin Wahlberg. A train show we were going to got canceled, and I went out, and he had the set of weathering pencils because at the time I couldn't get them here. They look like this. It's 37 colors, a lot of excellent colors, and he had a set for me, and I got inspired, and I was on a flight from London to LA, Air New Zealand, and I actually weathered a wood-sided boxcar on that flight.
On the flight?
On the flight, on my tray table. And I had a window seat on the sunny side of the plane, and the light that I had was the best light I've ever had. You couldn't even duplicate it with all the lights that I use.
Wow.
Yeah, it was great. I could just adjust it by the window shade. Next time I go over in October, when I come back, I'm planning on setting up a little video recording of weathering a car. We'll see how the airline likes that.
So the next question is, do you fix these powders to the boxcar?
It's a great question. I do not. Now, guys that are using this chalk, and Dwayne talked about it earlier, when you do that, a lot of times your weathering disappears. I don't do it for the simple reason that, and I do handle these cars a lot, but I can just go back over them. For instance, if I wipe something off, hardly anything comes off of the car. When you've coated it with a flat finish, everything sticks really well. So if it does come off for some reason, some guys like rubbing his T-shirt on it or something, it takes 30 seconds to go back over your car. I mean, it's so easy, to me, it just isn't worth sealing them, because you take the chance once again of having a lot of your work disappear. So I don't seal them. On structures, especially wood structures, they're much more absorbent than plastic, so there's no need at all to seal a wood structure.
Last question. Was there a number on those color shaper brushes?
Yes. Oh, the color shaper brushes. There's names on them. I used cup round, number 0. 0 is the size. I've only seen them in 0 sizes, so I don't think they have a lot of other. And I used a flat chisel. You can look on Amazon and you'll see all of these. Make sure you get the firm ones, though. The soft ones don't work real well. because you're trying to get into into recesses, so you're pressing down a little hard. The soft ones will just bend right over, and you won't get the desired effect.
One last latecomer wants to know if
Sure.
you're using the coarse or fine pan pastels.
The coarse pan pastels are come in a very few colors. Primarily, these are just what I call the regular ones. Coarse ones are like if you're gonna they make a black and a coarse and a fine, and I recommend the coarse black if you're trying to color a coal load. They look really good. It gives a little bit of sparkle that fresh coal gives. But outside of that, everything else is I guess what they would call fine.
Okay.
I think they're all pretty regular, and coarse is a special one.
I skipped over a question here. Do you have any advice on how to get a tester's pen to work again?
A tester's pen to work again. Yeah. So you take them, if they're anything like the Flocal, which was testers, you have to bang this down because if you can see it kind of goes in a little bit.
Yeah.
And you just do that, and that gets your color flowing. But if you do that and nothing happens, forget it. Put it in the bin.
Get a new one?
Get a new one. Yeah, if you can. I'm not sure what the status of those are with all of the discontinuations that the testers is doing, and what their parent is, what RPM. Who knows?
Well, Pete, thank you very, very much for your time.
You're
If I
welcome.
quickly add the numbers here, you had more than 160 people watching.
Great.
Should
If
be-
anybody wants to get a hold of me and ask me questions, send an email to clinics, CLNICS 463, the number 463 at gmail.com. I'll be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, sir. Be
Thank
safe.
you. Thanks. You too. Thanks, everyone.
Hi there, I believe we're back. This is Speed at the bottom of the helix. Arduinos, what are they? How hard are they to use? How expensive are they? Why should I use them? Do I need a degree in computer science? You'll know all of this in the next 45 minutes. To give you an introduction, please welcome, all the way from Manitoba, Canada, Mr. John Bate.
Hello. This won't answer a lot of those questions, actually, because there are lots of videos and YouTubes and all sorts of things out there about the Arduinos and the hardware parts of them, but nobody ever talks about the programming. How do you actually create your own thing that works on your own railroad? And well, I spent more than 40 years as a professor in a computer science department at the University of Manitoba teaching people to program. So this is kind of a natural fit for me. So this will focus on mostly the programming aspect of it. Let me just do a very brief introduction into the other aspects of it, but this won't take very long. So just get in here. Why you or how you program an Arduino is, this is the Arduino here, this little guy. Hopefully you can see my cursor on the screen there. Yeah. And it is a computer, but it has no keyboard, no mouse, no monitor, no network, none of the usual things. It's meant to be an embedded system. It's been meant to live inside something, a car, a toaster, or a model railroad. But you can't program it because you can't interact with it as a human. You need a regular computer for that, a laptop, a tablet, something like that. And you program it on a real computer or a normal computer, and then just download, or actually it's called uploading, the program over a normal USB cable into the Arduino to teach it what it's supposed to do. And it's very easy to hook up pretty much any input or any output to an Arduino. Lights, signals, switch machines, block detectors, as it says on the side there. Pretty much anything that produces or consumes an electrical signal. Easy. You just hook it up with a wire. So I'm going to sort of go through these last 4 steps by showing them to you rather than by talking about them. I won't be using the slides very much in this talk. So the first thing you want to do is download the Arduino app. So you go to a thing called arduino.cc. There's the website there. And you just go over, and there's a software thing there. And there's a downloads part of that. And if you go there, I think I must have not clicked on it properly. Oh, there we go. You can program these things with a web editor just in a web page without actually installing any software on your computer. I would suggest you do the real thing and go get the actual IDE, it's called Integrated Development Environment. And you can see it runs on Windows, Mac, Linux, pretty much anything. So you go and do that. You get that thing. Then you want to go and buy yourself an Arduino. So I'm going to go back here. So there's an Arduino. You can buy a brand name one like this. This isn't Arduino branded, but it's a branded one. And or you can buy a white unmarked box from China sold by Amazon. You might have more problems with the latter, but they're much cheaper. But this was an Arduino, and then all you do to hook it up to your computer is, here's the Arduino, here's a USB cable. Just plug the USB cable into the Arduino, and you may have to make sure you have the right kind of USB cable. Some of them use a mini cable, which is a little hard to find sometimes. So just plugged it in, and then I'm just going to plug it into my computer, and away we go. That's all there is to it. So don't be afraid of these things. If there's one thing I want you to come away with from this clinic, it's gee, I think I can do that. This doesn't look too scary. So there, my Arduino is now talking to the computer. And then you just run the program on your computer. And the program is just called Arduino. It's pretty simple. And the window that you will get if you do that looks something like this. There's the Arduino program running. So this is running on your tablet, laptop, whatever. And this is how you create a program to stuff into your Arduino there. Okay. And there's one more step, though. And that is you have to tell your program which Arduino it is you want to talk to. So there's a tools menu there. It might be rather fine print for you, but there's a tools menu there. And then there's a little section that says board, and you want to tell it which of the many, many kinds of Arduino you have. And you can see the list there. It's a very long one. I suggest for beginners, buy one called a UNO. They are by far the most common. They're easy to use. They're a nice form factor. Probably get that one. And then underneath there's a port thing. Now, normally you will only have one choice there, so you make the one choice because you will probably only have one Arduino connected. I happen to have 3 here, so I want to go in there and I actually want to say I want to talk to the one on port 8 or port 7. Oh, let's stick with port 7. I'll talk with that one. And there might be another one that props up there, but that's pretty rare. Okay, and there you go. I can just put a program in there and program the Arduino. So that's all of the mechanics of setting it up and getting it going. It shouldn't be too difficult to do. So let me show you, from now on, we're going to talk about the programming. So there's the program that you will get almost if you just click File and New in this thing. So if you go up to the File menu and say, give me a new program, well, this is what you will get. You'll get something that looks exactly like that. And what you see there are 2 things that are called either functions or methods. There's one there that's called setup. There's one there that's called loop. For now, that void setup and void loop with the 2 parentheses after them that have nothing inside and the little curly braces that go around there, don't touch. That's the advanced class. Just leave them there. Don't touch them, and you won't have any problem. That's what we call magic for the moment. What the little braces do, I'm going to show you or tell you about 4 fundamental concepts in computer programming, and here's number 1 out of 4. That's known as a block, and all a block is you put a sequence of actions, statements they're called, commands to do something. And all a block does is it says, go and do these commands in order, one at a time, exactly as written. That's fundamental number 1 in computer programming. Pretty simple. You put braces around it. And the question then is well, what do you put in here? What sort of things can you tell it to do? Well, that's the vocabulary, and you do have to learn what sorts of things you can tell it to do. And I'm not going to do the usual thing. I'm going to start off by putting in a command that looks like this. And a lot of them look like this. There's some sort of a name in front. That's the name of some action that the Arduino knows how to do. And that particular one says, hey, there's a USB cable between this Arduino and the computer. Let's talk on that USB cable and show me things. So serial.begin is the name of that magical command. And it has to be exactly spelled right. Put a lowercase s on that, it won't work. Spell anything wrong, it won't work. It has to be exactly like that. And then the commands usually have something else after them in the parentheses after them. There's always a pair of parentheses there. Sometimes they don't have anything inside. Sometimes they have a lot. And what's inside is, well, what more do you need to know? So serial begin says, talk on that USB cable, please. The 38400 says, well, how fast? It's a baud rate. It's a speed. And you can put just about any, well, not quite anything in there, but just leave it at 38400. That's a standard one. And at that point, I can do something that says, okay, say something. And notice, I did something wrong there, so it's telling me I did something wrong. Notice that this one lit up and this one didn't. That tells you that you made a spelling error. Oh, I got that E as a capital E. It's all case sensitive. You have to spell it exactly right. Watch to make sure it's colored the way you expect it to be colored, and that will come with experience. And this says, tell me about whatever is in those parentheses. Now, you got to remember that this programmer is running on the Arduino. What that says is send back to the main computer whatever I put in these brackets here, parentheses. And I'm just going to be very friendly and say hello like that. And so when I run this program, it should say hello. Okay, let's run it. So here's how you run a program. There's a complete program. And let me just show you how to run it. There's a little arrow here, and if you hover over it, it'll say upload. You click on that little upload thing, and it wants me to save this. This is a generic I'll just call it garbage, garbage, garbage. Okay, there we go. And it will take that program. You'll see down there, if you can read the very fine print, it says compiling sketch. And then we'll get a bunch of stuff in the black below that once it's sorted itself out here. Come on. Now, why it's taking so long to compile this, I have no idea. Hello, am I talking to the right thing? I think I am. Oh, that's very strange. All right. Tell you what, let's just kill that and start and get a new one. Don't mind this, I'm just using that to get a new file here. It's always gremlins that show up in these things. Come on. What the? Oh. Okay, here's a new one. Just make sure it's still talking to the right thing. It should be talking to that one. Let me just unplug the other one so that I'm sure it's talking to the right thing. Okay. Create that again real quick for you. This is a type of program that was first done by a couple of guys called Kernighan and Ritchie in 1970 who developed the C language program. And the first thing they ever ran on the language called C was the Hello World. So I've abbreviated it Hello, but that's what it...
But you know, we are worldwide today.
We are worldwide here, so I should put the world in there, shouldn't I? Holy smokes. Oh, I got a begin instead of a begin. There we go. Let's try that again. For some reason, the gremlins are acting up here. There we go. The green bar went all the way over. That should be it. Okay, assuming this is going to start working in about 2 seconds. When the Arduino does send something over to the main computer, you need a way to see it. So there's a thing called a serial monitor. Right there, it says serial monitor. So the Arduino is sending some information along this USB cable. It arrives at the main computer. Where does it go? Well, it goes nowhere unless you actually create this thing called a serial monitor. And there it is. There's the hello. Often there'll be a bunch of garbage in front of it the first time. And so there we go. I've programmed my little Arduino to say hello. Well, that's not very exciting, but it'll talk to me. This is really important because when things go wrong, and you can see that they do, you need to be able to find out what's going on. So a very handy thing is to have the Arduino tell you what it's doing, because it is a computer. Computers are idiots. They understand nothing. They know nothing. They're just machinery, fancy electronic machinery, but it's just a machine. So they, if you program them, can tell you, well, I'm doing this. I'm now doing that. I'm now doing this. find out what it's doing. And so this little mechanism of, the serial begin, serial print line, that's really important. Start with that. Okay, now for the main thing here, and that is you've got these two places to put them. You've got a block here after the magical words void setup. You've got a block here after the magical words void loop. What's the difference? When you put it up in setup, it's done once, just like it says in that little comment there. The double slash at the beginning of that first line up here in setup makes it a comment. The computer just ignores it, doesn't do a darn thing. That's there for people to read, and that's very important. You want people to be able to read this, particularly you yourself. And whatever's in here, it does it once at the beginning, just to get everything set up and moving the right way. This other one down here, the block, there's a block there, little curly braces, after void loop, that is done over and over again as fast as it can. So it does that, the stuff that's in that block. Right now there's nothing. And then once it finishes it, goes back and does it again. And it does it as many times as it possibly can. So let's take that serial print line thing there and get it out of there and put it in here instead. And after being prompted there, let's actually say hello world, which is the more traditional thing to say anyway. Okay, so let's do that and let's run that. And if you go over to your communication window over here and see what's going on there, and perhaps the problem here is this is a little bit overloaded with all the cameras going on over here. You should close a bunch of things, but that will kind of interrupt proceedings. Come on. Perhaps it doesn't like the fact that it's called HGF, JHGF. That's not a very nice name. Holy smokes, this is going to slow things down if it's going to be that slow. I'll have to make more changes. Okay, so there it goes. And when it runs that thing, you can see that it's very, very friendly. It's just going to be saying this as fast as it can, as many times as it can. And it's a little tough to see, particularly on your screen, I think, just how often that's showing up, because the screen fills almost instantly with that. So let me show you major computer programming concept number 2. After every hello world, let's put a count, let's put a number. So hello world 1, hello world 2, hello world 3, hello world 4, and have it label the different lines. So major concept number 2 is you can use the computer's memory. This one doesn't have a lot, but it has enough. And so we want to keep a count of where we are. How many times have we done this? And so here's how you say, I want to use a piece of computer's memory. That's called a variable. All right. So a variable is a thing with a name. You give it a name, any name you want. There are some rules, but they're not really all that important. So I'm going to just call this one count. The second thing is every piece of computer memory, you have to specify, well, what kind of data is this? Because all that's in a computer's memory is a bunch of zeros and ones. It can't tell whether that's a number or a color or a piece of a picture or what the heck it is. It's just zeros and ones. So you have to tell it. So the int thing there is a type. And there are lots of different types, and I'll just show you a few of them here to give you kind of the idea. There's the reference manual. If you just go into the Arduino program, maybe I'll do that, and there's a help reference. There's under the help, where you would expect to find it, there's a thing called reference, and that'll bring up a whole reference manual for this whole language. Serial.begin and all that stuff is in here too. Right now though, look at all those types, data types in the middle here. All of this stuff. So where's int? There's int right there. So if you say, oh, no, hey, I need to store, I just need to store a little number, a little integer, a whole number. So as it says here, okay, you want an int? Right, good. That gives you little integers between roughly minus 32,000 and plus 32,000. Okay, that's good. No fractions. If I want fractions, I got to use a different type. And not very big, but that's okay. I just need little numbers here. And there are other different kinds of things for big numbers or for numbers with fractions. And here's a big long list. We'll meet two of them later on, but for now, we just need a little number. So int is the thing to use here. So what that does is it sets up a piece of computer memory with a number in it. Then you can control that number. You can find out what it is, you can set it, you can change it. What I'm going to do is set it to 0 at the start. So this is probably one of the worst mistakes in the design of languages ever made. If you have a variable name, count here, make sure you spell it right, spelling counts, and then the equal sign, what it does is it calculates all of the stuff after the equal sign and stores it in that variable. So here, well, there's not much calculating to be done, it's just a 0, but it'll store a 0 in count. That does not say count equals 0. That says change count so that it becomes 0. The equal sign means change to this. Poor old John Backus, way back in the 1950s, put an equal sign there, and it's the worst mistake that's ever been made. It doesn't mean equals, it means change me to this. And so I'm going to go down here and print hello world. I'm also going to print the number. And I'm going to say, okay, print the count as well. And then I want to bump up the count. After I've done it once, I want to say, okay, well, I need one more. So here I say count is assigned count plus 1. Notice it does not mean equals as an equation. That is nonsense. Count does not equal count plus 1. Any, buddy in beginning algebra can tell you that. That says change count to this, which is whatever it is now, plus 1. Make it one bigger. So there's a case of using the assignment, it's called, to bump it up by 1. Okay, if I take that and wait for it to do its thing, and hopefully it will do it a little faster this time, or maybe not, we should get a very different thing showing up on the screen. So that's fundamental concept number 2, variables. You say, I want some data in memory. I'm going to give it this name. This is what kind of data it's going to be. And then you can change it whenever you want. I did that twice here. And you can also use it whenever you want. All you do is give its name and say, I want that number here. And you get it. Okay, so if it ever actually gets its act together here and compiles that thing, and I've never seen it work this slowly before in all my life, we will get some hello worlds with some numbers on it. Okay, so at this point, I would normally ask any questions from the class, but perhaps it isn't time for questions yet. There we go. And that will be uploaded into the thing. And here we go. All right, so we're up to 300, 400, 500, 600. You can see that it's going very fast. We're into the thousands already. There's that count happening, and you can see how fast that loop is running. And in fact, the serial.print line most of the time is the slowest thing you can possibly do on an Arduino. The communications take way longer than almost anything else you'll ever do with this thing. But yeah, there we go. We're up to 5,000 or so already. All right, so there's the first demo. Usually, though, when you're starting to program Arduinos and things, the first thing they tend to do is hook electronic stuff up to it and show you how to do that. So I'm going to switch gears here and give you another demo and show you how to control some things. So I've got a little railroad here, and there's the little railroad, and it's got a couple of signals on it. It's a little interlocking thing with something pretending to be a dwarf signal and 2 other double-headed signals, which are just a bunch of LEDs. Those LEDs are hooked up to the Arduino. Now, when you have something hooked up to the Arduino, you have to know what pin it's on. So an Arduino has a whole bunch of little pins along the edges, and you just poke wires into the holes or solder it or connect it however you want to connect the things to the Arduino's pins. So this little guy that I've got has 12 things in this little tiny railroad. There are all these lights. So this light over here, the westbound signal here. The green light is connected to pin 3. The red light's connected to pin 4. There's a little dwarf signal with pins 6 and 5 for the yellow and the red. There's another signal over here for eastbound, and that's on pins 7, 8, 9, 10. It's got lots of little lights hooked up to it. It also has 4 block detectors, which just tell you whether a train is there or not. I use the little NCE BD20s, which were over here, right there. These little guys. Use whatever you want as long as it gives you an electrical signal. And so how about 10? I'm going to control the LED that's on pin 10, which is the top red one on the left signal. How do you do that? Okay, so here's how you would do that. Let me move over so we can actually see my little railroad there. Hopefully that doesn't slow it down at all. Okay, so to get this to happen, first of all, you have to tell it what pin, not pin mode. Okay, you have to first tell the Arduino program, well, what's connected to what pin? And so I give it a pin number. I want to say, okay, look, pin 10 is an output from the Arduino out to the world. And that allows me to connect something to pin 10. And then, okay, so that'll set it up. All of the inputs by default, all of the pins, I should say, by default are inputs because that's electrically safe. If they're inputs, they're not trying to produce any current, and they're not going to have a problem if you hook it up to something else that's trying to also produce current and short circuit something. But I want an output here. Then this main commands that you'll use are digital write, digital read, and also analog write and analog read, but we're not going to use those ones. So this says, okay, so pin 10, what do you want to do? And the two choices are high and low. Ground and plus 5 volts, or occasionally 3.3 on some kinds of Arduinos. So you either say high or low. Now you might think that high will turn the light on and low will turn the light off. It might, but most of the time lights are hooked up to plus 5 volts and the pin on the Arduino. So if you put the pin on the Arduino to 0 to ground, now you've got an electrical current. If you put it to high, you don't. You can do it the other way around and make low be off and high be on, but I use it this way. So again, spelling counts. It has to be digital write, all slurred together like that. And again, there have to be a pair of parentheses there, and inside is the details. So to change a pin, you have to say, well, which pin and how do you want to change it? Pin 10, I want it to be low. Okay, let's wait a while and compile that one. And over here on the real railroad right now, it's not showing the way that program is. What should happen is the top red one over here, and oh boy, it's not even showing my finger. There it is. The top red one over there should go on when it finally gets around to running this program, because that's the one connected to pin 10. So the lag is impressive here. Even the video is jumping all over the place. Something might be trying to update itself or something silly like that. There we go. And when that runs, and when the delay is finished, there we go. Oh, the red light over here, by the way, that's the one on the right, that's permanently on. That one's not connected to any pins. It's just hardwired. It's a dummy. So there, I turned a light on. Okay, big deal. Wasn't that exciting? Let's do something a tad more exciting with it and make it flash. So let's just use another command, delay. Delay does just what it says. It says, well, twiddle your thumbs and stop and don't do anything for a while. And the information that this one needs is how long, and it's in milliseconds. So 500 means half a second, 500 thousandths of a second. And once we've done that, and I'm going to make good use of copy paste here, we'll just say, okay, that's good. Now, turn the light off, and wait another half a second. I'm just going to tighten this up a little bit, and that'll be a flashing light. So what I've told it to do is turn the light on, wait a half a second, turn the light off, wait a half a second, and when it's done that, it's finished the block. So what does it do? It's in the loop section, goes back up, does the whole block again, turn the light on again, wait another half a second, turn the light off again, wait another half a second, and we'll get a flashing light. And again, there will be a little bit of a delay as that happens. So maybe I'll sort of start talking about other things while it's sorting itself out to do that. So we can have a flashing light. What I'm also going to do is get 2 lights to flash. So I'm going to make a crossing signal out of this. It's going to look a little funny because I'm using signals to do it, but let's do that. So there's the code was finished actually compiling, and we should get a flashing light. There we go. We got a flashing light. Well, I do anyway. On your video, you can, yeah, it's flashing a little irregularly for you because of all of the lag, but you can see we've got a flashing light there. I'm going to just change and control a red light on the other side, and I'll just make it do the opposite of whatever the other guy's doing. So I'm going to say, turn the first one on, turn 10 on, and turn 5 off. Wait a half a second. Now do the opposite. Turn 10 off and turn 5 on. Wait a half a second. Do that. And I'll get alternately flashing lights eventually when the thing compiles. And we'll see that. But let's make a crossing signal out of it. I'm going to say, now, no. I want the lights to flash when the train goes through here, and otherwise not. So if we go back to our little cheat sheet here, the little blue circles are the block detectors. Okay, let's suppose block A2 is where the crossing signal should be. And so I want to say, okay, look, when there's a train in A2, in the block detector connected to pin A2 of the Arduino, the A stands for analog, but we're not using it for that right now. Then make the lights flash, otherwise don't. How would you do that? Okay, we're up to 3 out of 4. Let's hide that one away for a second. And I'm also going to kill the COM7. I don't need that. How would you say, okay, look, do all that, but only when there's a train there. So here's the next concept, an if. Oops. If you say if, and create a little block, and for readability, it's very important to, there's something inside a block, indent it. So there I've created another little block. So notice I've got 2 blocks, one inside the other. There's the big block around the whole loop thing here. Well, here's another littler block inside that. And the if in front of it says, okay, well, check the things inside the parentheses there. It'll be something that'll be true or false, yes or no. If it's true, yes, do that block. If not, don't do it. So simply, if this is true, do that. Otherwise, don't do it. So what we want to put in there is something that said, if there's a train there. So I will do a digital read. And I'll say, okay, well, look, and there's some parameters in there. And the parameters in this case are, where do you want to look? A2, all right. That's the turnout. So I'm using as the place where the level crossing is. And I want to say here, if that is, now if the train is there, you get a low. Again, the little block detectors, low means there's something there. High means there's nothing there. So I'm going to say if that is equal to low. And notice, I just say if this, check a pin A2, digital read means go get what's on that pin. Tell me what it is, high or low. If that is equal to low, well, the equal sign, I can't use an equal sign there because that means change me to, right? Because that was John Backus in 1950 doomed us to using the equals for change me to. I don't want to say change me to. I want to say, is it actually equal, yes or no? Well, now we have to use a double equal to sign for that. If I could go and smack John Backus upside the head, I would do it. So this one of the greatest causes of bugs for students in history right there. When you're checking to see if something is equal to something else, it's a double equal to sign like that. So that says there's a train there. Great. Do all this. Make the light flash. If not, don't. Let's run that. And hopefully you can see on the all right. I don't see the second light flashing on the railroad right now. Well, let's just wait and see what happens when this is in there. Hopefully I don't have a bug in there. But while I'm doing it, very shortly I will be telling you about this, so I'll do it now to save time. Rule 1 as a programmer. I tell all my classes that for years and years and years. There's rule 1 when you're a programmer, and rule 1 is very simple. It's your fault. Whatever happens, you did it, the programmer. You, the programmer, are the one who did it. It's not, you can't go and say, hey, you know, I programmed this to do this thing, and it's doing something else. What is the stupid thing doing? No, it's what did you do to cause it to do that? It is always your fault. Okay. And I think I must have a bad connection or something, because pin 5 is not lighting up as it should.
Did you set it as an output in setup?
See, it's my fault. Right there. There you go. It's my fault. Thank you. You shall have extra term marks.
Thank you.
There we go. Okay, there was the bug in that one. Now we got pin 10 and 5. Now, I could declare A2 as an input as well, but that's the default anyway. But I suppose just to be a good corporate citizen, I should say pin mode A2 input. And there is another thing you can do, which is input pull-up. If you know what a pull-up resistor is, if your electronics is up to knowing what that is, you can use that to get one that is supplied by the Arduino. If you don't know what a pull-up resistor is, the electronics class is down the hall. I'm not going to talk about that just at the moment. So there we go. Let's just upload that one. So yeah, so one of the hardest things that anybody finds, me included, with computer programming is debugging it when something goes wrong. And primarily the problem is a psychological one, not a physical one. It's a case of you have to say, okay, what did I do to cause this? You know, what did the stupid idiot who wrote this program, which is me, do that makes this happen? And so you have to adopt that very self-critical thing to debug a program. That's the biggest thing that people have, even with using computers. You know, why is the computer doing this? Well, probably because you told it to. That's the problem. All right, so let's just run that train around a little faster. You might, until it gets there. Okay, so the train will be coming around. While it's in here, there we go. Okay, my lights are flashing. Hopefully you can see that back and forth, back and forth. Very laggy on your screen, but you can see 2 lights are going off and on and off and on. And let's just run the train out of the thing. And there it's out of it. Come on, there we go. Wait till your screen catches up. And wait a minute, the light on the right stayed on. I don't want it to be on. There's no train there. What's wrong? Well, what's wrong is, okay, rule 1, it's your fault. I did that. Well, what did I do? And I'm going to, since this is going fairly slowly because of our lag problems here, well, what I did is say, is there a train there? Yeah, okay, turn the left light on, then wait a while, and then turn the right light on. And is the train still there? Okay, do it again. But when it finishes doing it, well, what's the last thing I did? Is turn the right-hand light on. I never said to turn it off. I never said, you know, well, okay, when the train isn't there anymore, turn the darn thing off. I never said that. Okay, well, it's my fault. So let me introduce you to concept 3, part 2, which is else. So if you, after an if, put else, and then a little brace in there, and I've got, oh, it's provided an extra brace for me. Get out of there. What will happen in this block is if the thing in the if is not true, If this is not true, it'll do the else part. If it's true, it'll do the first part right after the if. If it's not true, well, then it'll go down here and do this. So what I want to do down there is to say, well, just make sure both lights are off, will you? Just make sure they're both off. And that'll solve that problem. When the train's not there, we'll turn the lights off. There. Okay. And this will be the final thing. And let's just move the train back there a little bit. Okay. When it finishes putting this in. Okay, so that's 3 out of 4 concepts. 1, a block is just do this, do this, do this, do this, do this in order. That's it. Concept number 2 is variable. You can have a variable that holds a piece of data if you want. Has a type, and you can change it, and you can use it. Concept number 3, you can control whether it does something or whether it does not do something. The if. And that's 3/4 of what you need to do almost anything. There's one more left, and I will short circuit it by showing you the final result on this one. And you can see in the little video of my thing there, it's lights are flashing, the crossing lights are going. Okay, let's take the train out of there. It'll be a bit of a delay for you, but the train is out of there and the lights are both off for me. And as soon as your video catches up to mine, oh good, the lights are both off now. That one little red one there is just the dummy. It's always on. It's a dummy signal light. Okay, so there's 2 out of 3. Well, I want to do one more thing, and there's no time to do it in detail. So let's make a speedometer. Okay, let's do something to time how fast the locomotive is going in miles an hour. And you can buy boxes that'll do this for $100 or something. I can do it for 0 by just programming it. If I have, a railroad with a block detector or 2 in it, and an Arduino, away I go. So let me show you this one. Let me go straight to the one that works. Okay, so what you might want to do is, well, think about how you would do it. I happen to know that between one set of gaps in the rails and the next set of gaps in the rails surrounding my turnout there, it's 9.44 inches. Well, suppose you were a real person standing beside a real railroad line and you had a couple of telephone poles, say, and they were 132 feet apart or something. Well, how would you check the speed of the locomotive or the train? You would say, well, wait for it to get to the first telephone pole. Start a stopwatch. Wait until it gets to the second telephone pole. Stop the stopwatch. See how much time there it is. Do the math, and that tells you the speed. Write down the speed in a notebook or something. Okay, well, do it exactly the same way in a computer program. So here's a computer program that will do that. And just to save time, I'm going to upload that while I'm talking here. All right, so I'm going to say, I need it to tell me the speed when it's done. So I'm going to need it to talk to me. So I will do that one, which is a standard. So step 1, and notice I've put little comments in here to say what these steps are doing. Step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So step 1, wait for the train to get there. And I'm assuming an eastbound train. So here's concept number 4. It looks exactly the same as an if, but it's got the word while in front of it instead of the word if in front of it. Everything else you've seen. So this says, if this thing inside here is true, do this, but then go back and do the whole thing again. Check it a second time. If it's still true, do it again. Go back and check it a third time. If it's still true, do it again. So this doesn't say when to do the block. This says when to keep doing the block forever, as long as you can. So as long as there is no train there, sit and twiddle your thumbs for a millisecond or so, and then go back and check it again. So this is going to check that for the presence of a train 1,000 times a second. It's going to be quite accurate in figuring out when the train is there. That's concept number 4. If you can have it do something over and over and over again, with those four concepts, you can do anything, theoretically. That was proven a long time ago mathematically. If you've got a variable, an if, a while, and a block, everything is possible. You still need a lot of vocabulary, but that reference will give you the vocabulary. So this says, wait for the train to get there. Okay, now, get the time. Okay, so I'm going to use a variable. I have to write down in my notebook, okay, when did it arrive at the first telephone pole? It was, 9:53. Well, how do you do that? Oh, there's always some vocabulary for that. Millis here is something called a function. It's something that will tell you how many milliseconds has it been since this Arduino was powered up in the first place. It's a sort of a big clock that's inside the Arduino, and that'll give you a start time. Now it's in milliseconds. It can't be one of those integer things because that only goes up to 32,000, which is about 32 seconds. We've been going for a lot longer than 32 seconds here. So this variable up here, I've created it, but it's not an int, it's an unsigned long. So long is a much bigger integer. It can hold numbers up to 2 billion. So great. And there's no such thing as negative time. So it's an unsigned one. No negative signs, just positive signs. So that is another type on that long list of types that I showed you. And you need to use that one because that's what that gives you. And if that's what it gives you, you better put it in a place that can hold that. So there. And steps 3 and 4, exactly the same thing, except now I'm waiting for the train to get to the far side of the turnout. There's the block on the east side, if you will, or east side. And so I'm doing just another little wait. That's called a polling loop, which is not how you really do things, but it'll illustrate the concept here. And then record the time. And then do the math. Well, okay, so maybe you don't like math too much, but what you do is you take the stop time minus the start time. That tells you how many thousandths of seconds that you did. If you want hours out of it, well, you need how many thousandths of a second in a second and how many seconds in an hour. So you have to do a little bit of math. Now, the number of hours it took to cross that turnout is going to be some little tiny number like 0.000347 seconds or something. It's not going to be an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. Again, it's not going to be an integer. It's not going to be a long integer. It's something with a fraction. Oh, well, how do you get fractions? Well, that's another kind of data called a float. So look on that long list, browse it, and you'll see the different kinds of things you can do. Float is a number with a fraction to 7 decimal places. That's plenty. When you're calculating it, all the numbers have to be floats too, and that means you stick a .0. You need to put decimal points in here. If you don't put decimal points in there, all of these things will be some sort of integer, and it'll calculate it as some sort of integer and give you an integer answer. Well, 0.00337, whatever, it's not an integer. So the rule is, and it's not the real rule, but a good beginner's rule is, if you're doing anything that requires fractions, put 0.0, put .0 on everything. Just throw it everywhere, and you won't have any problems. If you don't, you probably will have problems. And then the speed was so many miles an hour. And the miles, well, I have to convert. This is N scale, so 160 for N scale, at least on this side of the pond anyway. And how many feet, how many inches in a foot, and how many feet in a mile to get miles. Okay, and that'll give me a speedometer. And last but not least, there's a bug here that I won't have time to show you, but it was my fault again. If you do this, it'll find the speed of the locomotive, go right back up to the top. And of course, the locomotive will still be in the turnout. So this thing won't wait. And the front wheels will still be in the east block, so it'll be there too. So this one won't wait. We'll get a start time of 0 and a stop time that's identical, or start and stop will be identical. This will be 0, and we'll get infinity miles. It just went through that turnout in 0 time. Wow, fast locomotive. No. So we have to say, well, no, we have to wait for it to get out of here before we go and try and do it again. So I had to put that little thing in there. That's a subtle point. So we've got that running. Let's see what it's doing. Let's go over to the serial monitor here and open it up. And we've got a train coming, faster for me than it looks like for you. Well, jerky motion there, and it'll get there. It's already there for me. And there we go. Okay, 24.57 miles an hour. Now let's make it go a little faster here. And that looks to me, it's hard to see for you because it's jumping around all the time. What's that going to be? 46 miles an hour. And I'll just let that run around a little bit. This is a very, very accurate speedometer. I use this for speed matching locomotives. When it comes around again, and I'm sorry the video isn't very good, it'll probably be very, very close to exactly the same value. Again, 46.61. It'll be within a very small fraction of a mile per hour, identical all the time. This is a bit of a testament to how accurate the timing is if you do this, and also, of course, the feedback in the locomotive. The decoder is doing a very good job of maintaining exactly whatever speed it's supposed to for speed step 29 here. That one was a little tiny bit less. So there's the four main concepts that you need for programming. This was a very, very quick introduction to what's probably normally about the first third of a semester course in programming. So you're not going to have absorbed all the details. You have to do this. You have to practice this. You have to learn this if you're going to do it yourself. But hopefully you weren't too scared off by the concepts. So let me just go to the end over here. Okay, just do a quick summary. So variables, you can store data, you can get it back, and all sorts of different kinds of data. Blocks, sequences of actions with those little curly braces around them. If statements to give you a decision, do I do this or do I don't? And loops, a little while to say, well, just keep doing this. You know, the equivalent of are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Except I don't think your kids asked it 1,000 times per second, which is what this is doing. Aren't you glad? And those are what you need to know for the very basics. You can probably do just about anything with your model railroad using only those four. You probably won't need much except for the vocabulary and digital read, digital write, and the if. You can do a lot with that. In fact, I've got a full-blown CTC system on this little guy here. Why don't I just bring this out quickly to show you? There's the world's smallest CTC panel right there. And there's an Arduino in there. Whoops. And I don't think that used much more than what you see already. And so here's something. If you're interested in learning programming, let me give you a little pointer to how you might do it. There's a language called processing out there. And we use this at the university now to teach first-year students because it's all about graphics and animation. It's a lot of fun to use. And it is a different language than what the Arduino uses. It's a variety of Java. That's the J in the JMRI that you may have heard of. Whereas the Arduino uses a variety of C++. Neither one is exactly those two languages. But both are descendants of this C language that I mentioned, and the fundamentals of both, the if, the data, the int, and the long, and the braces, and the while, and the if, they're all the same. So it's very much a thing that you can transport over once you've learned it. And in fact, it's very powerful to get processing and the Arduino to talk to each other. There are libraries on both ends that very easily allow you to send data back and forth between the two programming languages. And you can do some fancy things with that. So I suggest that, if you're interested in dipping your toe into some programming, go there. Go to that little URL that's on the screen there. My colleague Jim Young at the University of Manitoba wrote a great and free textbook in programming that we use for our first year classes. It's very approachable, and it'll teach you in far more detail than I could all of this stuff right there. And last but not least, if you try this and you get into trouble, I've been answering students' questions for more than 40 years. I'm going to answer a few more. So if you want to send me an email at that email address on the screen, more than happy to, sort things out for you, help you in writing or debugging a program. all in a day's work. So you can contact me there. Okay, I guess I will leave that up for the moment, and we don't have much time for questions, but is there anything?
We just ran out of time for questions, but it was a lot better seeing the speedometer than forcing the questions in here, because you can still go onto Facebook and answer them for the people.
Okay, you can do that.
What's the name of the language you're using?
Sorry?
First question was, what's the name of the language that you're typing in?
It's sort of C++. It's the Arduino version of C++. If you get a C++ textbook or something, the hello world program right at the very start, yeah, it won't work. Okay. So it's a different variety. So you would have to get an actual Arduino book on how to program to get the exact language that the Arduino uses. It's a little bit specific.
Are there any tips or methods for reducing the oversights or mistakes when you create programs?
Well, number one, think. Blame yourself and think. You have to think like a computer. You have to put yourself in its place and saying, okay, I'm just slavishly, without any thought whatsoever, doing these steps exactly as they're laid out here. What would happen if I did that? And put yourself in the place of the computer and see why it's doing what it's doing. The other thing you need to do is collect information, get clues, put on your Sherlock Holmes hat and collect clues. And that print line, that serial.println thing, have it tell you what it's doing. Okay, I'm turning this light on now. Okay, I see the locomotive now. Okay, I'm turning that light off now. And when it's telling you what it's doing, you can often spot, well, wait a minute, I didn't tell you to do that. Yes, you did. That's what it's doing. So get that sort of information. And then there's more powerful tools, but they take a while to use.
Last question. Do you make your sketches available anywhere?
I don't post them anywhere, but I'm quite happy to share them with people. If you email me at that email address, the speedometer one and so on. The trouble is that they tend to be rather specific to the your layout, your system, where your sensors are connected to the ends. So you have to customize them a bit.
Okay. Well, John, thank you very, very much. I think you had the crowd mesmerized. And I'm pretty sure you're going to get requests for, can I have your speedometer sketch?
Okay, yeah, no problem.
Be ready.
I have a handout which has been posted. I think I've sent it off to Gordy anyway. I'm thinking it will be posted. It contains all of the information that I just did and a bunch of text that is fairly detailed, and these examples. And they're not very long. You can type them in. So you can go and get that. It'll be on Facebook.
Thank you very, very much. Be safe.
Thank you.
Yep.
Bye-bye.
We'll post it.
I believe we're live again. This is Speed at the bottom of the helix. Now we have the owner of City Classics, producing realistic miniature buildings and accessories for model railroaders since 1989. This gentleman has to attend every big model railroad show just so the podcast crew from A Modeler's Life know where to take their group photo. Please teach us some tips on modeling streets, Mr. Jim Sacco.
Okay, we on?
Good to go.
Okay, thanks everyone for joining me. As Gert said, this clinic's going to be on an easy way to model city streets. At least I think it's easy. It's a way I stumbled upon by accident about 10 or 12 years ago. But there's also a lot of tips that apply to making modeling city streets, regardless of which method you use. But so we'll go through the different methods briefly. Then I'll cover my method, and hopefully there'll be a lot of other useful tips along the way. So, and this is a PowerPoint presentation because there's too much information to present in a live hands-on clinic. So we'll just start the program if I can figure out how to do it here, right? Sorry. And why are we not? Oh, here it is. Wait, sorry.
Take your time.
It was there 1 second ago. Hang on. For some reason now it's not showing up.
The Adobe file is open.
Yes. I mean, I could,
Share application doesn't find it.
could I close it and start it again?
You could.
Okay, sorry for the, okay, it shows up and then it disappears again. No.
There's your screen. So I would stop sharing that
Okay. We want to go back to share, right?
and share and pick application.
But you're not seeing it, right?
Not yet.
Okay. It shows up for a second and then it disappears. Let's try this again. I'm sorry about this. Oh boy. What am I doing wrong this time? I'm sorry for the delay, folks. How many different ways are there to open it?
You could make the PDF full screen and then share your screen.
There it is. Okay. Now, do we have it?
We can see it.
Is it full screen?
There's a border around it, but that's okay.
Okay, so we're ready to go?
You can go.
Okay. So this is called Easy City Streets using Sintra and some helpful hints on modeling streets. Just like I said, we're going to go through it pretty quickly. But generally, an easy way to make a street is to paint a piece of wood or a sheet of plastic gray. And you've often seen it in articles. People say, well, I spray painted a sheet of styrene and to make my street. But the trouble is when you look at real streets, they're not real smooth and they're not always one shade of gray. There's another street, for example. So my question has always been, why don't we spend as much time on our streets as we do on our models? And is there an easy way to make realistic looking streets? Well, there's many different ways to model urban streets. There's not really any best way because every method has its good and its bad points. Some common methods are plaster or a similar material, hydrocal or Durham's rock putty, whatever you prefer. There's also sheet styrene or cardstock. And you have modular street systems, some of which are molded in plastic, some are printed on foam. But for example, though, to me, there's some difficulties in modeling city streets with plaster. They can look really, really nice, but it can be very messy to work with. It can be time consuming, as I'll show you in a minute. You have to work quickly before the plaster dries. If weight's a concern, it can start to get very heavy, especially if it's on a portable layout. And it has the potential to turn out badly, especially if you have street trackage and turnouts. If you get plaster into them, then you have a real mess on your hands. Or even if you just don't get it smoothed out nicely before it dries. For example, this is a street I made on an HO module in another lifetime. As you can see, I set up some form work using strip wood, and I poured little sections at a time. There's a better view of it. Now, this took me forever because I scribed in Belgian blocks, which is sort of like the equivalent of square cobblestones in the area I live, which is Pittsburgh. And it took forever to scribe all of these blocks. Now, here it doesn't look too good. When it was done, I was very happy with how it turned out. Honestly, I won't live long enough to ever do that again. So there has to be an easier way to make city streets. Well, what about other methods, such as foam board and foam core? Well, they can warp if your layout is anywhere where there's any humidity, or maybe if they get wet while you're doing scenicking, applying diluted glue or a matte medium. So that's the drawback of that if it's a material that can absorb moisture. And also, modular street systems are nice, but they're not flexible enough for many modelers because not every modeler is modeling every street on a 90-degree grid. And I think they're usually on the wide side, the streets. Now, you can use styrene, but as we said at the outset, it's awfully smooth and it can be difficult to scribe. Again, we've all seen articles where someone said, I use sheets of styrene painted gray for my streets. But really, like any good model, though, it just takes more effort than spray painting a piece of plastic gray to achieve really realistic results. So we're going to look at a different method that I think is easier and less messy than using plaster. It's more realistic, I think, than styrene if done properly. It's relatively inexpensive, and it's more flexible than modular streets. And it's also something I discovered by accident one day because I had an old plastic sign that I cut up and started using for something. And you'll see why the sign part is important in just a couple of minutes here. Okay, you're saying, well, what is it? Well, it's something called Sintra. Okay, be clear, it's not this guy. He's Sinatra, but we're talking about Sintra. So you don't want to go into the store and ask for Sinatra, or they'll give you a record album. Okay, so you're saying, well, what is Sintra? Are you ready? It's a plastic that's commonly used by sign makers, like the sign you see on the left, often used in trade show exhibits or in store point of purchase displays. Now, you're wondering, why Sintra? Well, because it's a lightweight yet rigid board of moderately expanded closed cell polyvinyl chloride extruded in a homogeneous sheet with a low gloss matte finish. There, that tells you everything you need to know, right? No, not really. You're saying, well, what does that mean? Well, what it means is under magnification, you can't see it with your naked eye. Sintra has a foam-like quality. That makes it lighter than solid plastics. Well, basically, when they produce it somehow, microscopic bubbles are introduced into the sheet of plastic, of Sintra. So that's what makes it perfect for signs and displays. It's so much lighter than a solid piece of plexiglass or styrene. Now, weight may be a consideration in some instances. It really is for sign makers. But for us, there's a better reason to use Sintra. And just to be clear, it's also called expanded PVC. And we'll cover that in just a minute too. But in our case, the foam-like quality has another more important feature that most sign makers and display makers pay no attention to. Because it has these microscopic bubbles, it's relatively soft, which means you can easily scribe and impress details into it. Now, just to be clear, Sintra looks and feels like any other sheet plastic, except that it's softer. If I was to hand you a piece of sheet styrene and a piece of white Sintra or PVC, you probably would not be able to tell the difference. We're not talking about something like styrofoam or foam core. That's totally different. It's sheet plastic. But the softness makes it perfect for scribing in cracks, concrete joints, bricks, and other street details. Because if you've ever scribed styrene with a knife, you've probably seen that when you do it, it raises ribs on either side of your groove. You're sort of like displacing the material. Then you have to sand or cut or file those ribs off because it just doesn't look very good. But with Sintra or expanded PVC, it's soft, and so it doesn't create those raised ribs because you're actually pressing into the detail. You're pressing the detail into it. Really, it's soft enough that you really don't need a sharp knife to scribe Sintra. You could do it with something like a butter knife if you press hard enough. And we'll cover that too. Now, what about if you want to reproduce common sites found on concrete streets, like chipping, cracking, or spalling, where the top layer of cement starts to crumble away and you see the aggregate underneath? Now, how would you do it if you were using plaster? Well, plaster you could chip and crack and you could achieve it. Styrene, not so much because it's pretty hard. And the same with poster board. How would you chip and crack paper? You don't really. But with Sintra, it's easy. All you need are some highly specialized tools. I have my own, and what I do is you can use them to press in little divots and chips and potholes and break broken sections of concrete very easily. I call my tools rocks. That's all you need. A couple rocks that you can hold in your hand. And here you can see what I mean. You can just bang away on your plastic and put divots in it and chips. And it's perfect for doing broken concrete. There's a few more. Okay, we're going to skip this one because that's actually a handout model I pass out in clinics in person. Also, because Sintra is fairly soft, you can cut openings very easily with a chisel point blade, really any blade. If you want to put in manholes, grates, different things, you can just press it right through the plastic. You don't have to scribe it and break it and file it. Now, are there any drawbacks to it? Because no method is perfect. Well, it's just sheet plastic. So you probably couldn't use it to do extremely old or very crooked streets, like these streets on George Selio's layout that twist and turn up a hill, because it is sheet plastic and it's just not that flexible. But if you're modeling city streets like this part of his layout, I think it's the perfect material to use. So what we're going to do first is go through some steps in making city streets using Sintra. But first, one of the most important points is obtaining the material. So just to explain a little bit, Sintra comes in a variety of thicknesses and colors. The largest variety of thicknesses is in white. The colors only come in 1 or 2 thicknesses, and they're on the pretty thick, stiff side. You can see there's some samples. And I really wish the color Sintra would come in a wider variety of sheets because they have a perfect light tan that's a perfect shade of old concrete, different shades of gray, but they're pretty thick. And also they're very hard to find and they're more expensive. Whereas the white, you can see it steps down. It comes in a very thick piece, almost like a board, all the way down to 1 millimeter. For me, it doesn't really matter what scale I should say, but for me, 2 millimeters seems to work well for streets. In HO scale, I found the 1 millimeter thickness works well for sidewalks. And it would probably work well for N scale because they don't make it any thinner than 1 millimeter. But again, these thicknesses are usually only available in white. Now, Sintra is a trade name, but some companies or some distributors go use the name Comatex, Comacell, Celtec, or simply expanded PVC. I just use Sintra because it was the most common at the time when I did this clinic. Okay, so probably saying now, well, where do I get it? Well, the easiest place is a sign shop. You can use Google to find one, unless you know of one that's near you, in your area. Most sign shops I've just found have boxes of scrap material because they're always cutting signs to different shapes, depending on what the customer wants. So they have strips and pieces of scraps all over the place. Some of them will be happy to give you your scraps if they know you're not going to be going into competition with them. I don't know why, but some sign makers are paranoid about that. Others may just charge you a token amount for leftovers. Really, I think this is the best way to find some, because if you get their scraps, you'll get a variety of shapes, thicknesses, maybe even colors that you can play and experiment with to see which ones you like the best. Now, what if you want large sheets? Well, again, some sign shops may be willing to sell it to you or order what you want for a small markup. For the best prices, though, you'll likely have to go to a plastics distributor. Unfortunately, though, most suppliers of plastics seem to focus more on industrial type plastics, like the ones at the bottom: Delrin, nylon, Teflon, ABS, plexiglass, and a bunch of other fancy names that I can't spell. But Sintra, on the other hand, is used more in the field of graphic arts and displays. So you're more likely to find Sintra, or expanded PVC, at suppliers who cater to graphic arts. And they're often listed under sign equipment and supplies or screen printing supplies. Now, sometimes you'll find one that won't sell to you if you don't have a sign shop or a sign store, but others will. You just don't know what you'll find. Thankfully, though, there are some that will sell directly to consumers, which is good for us as model railroaders. Some of them will even roll it up if you're getting the thinner sheets and ship it to you via UPS. One of the ones I've used, sometimes my local plastic supplier will have Sintra in stock, sometimes it won't. But I've used this company, United States Plastic Corporation, and they're in Lima, Ohio. And they'll roll it up and ship it to you. And just to be clear, that's Lima, Ohio, not Lima. If you order it from Lima, you'll be ordering it from Peru, and your shipping will be really high. You don't want that. So finding a source is the first step. And another thing, too, which I noticed the other day, if you go on and Google expanded PVC or Sintra, some of the first names that will come up are the sponsored ads. Don't go to them because they're misleading and they will charge you an arm and a leg. You really want just a basic plastic supplier or sign shop supplier. And just to give you an idea, you really shouldn't pay more than between $20 to $30 for a 4x8 sheet. It's not that expensive. Anybody else that charges you more than that is ripping you off. Okay, so now let's say we have our material and we want to make our streets. Now, many of these suggestions, as I said at the beginning, are applicable to any method. But the first thing you want to do is prepare your subbase to support your streets. Any rigid material will work: plywood, masonite, homosote. Now, if you're just putting your streets on a flat tabletop, like a 4x8 sheet of plywood, you don't have to worry. Your subbase is there. But if you're having different grades, now it is not that much of a support. It's not that self-supporting, I should say. But you can use the foam if you cut it to a reasonably close profile where you want your street. The next step is decide on your street width. Now, this is an important step, regardless of what method you use to make your streets. And we're going to stop for a minute to discuss this, sort of go off on a tangent, because I think this is actually maybe one of the most important points of the whole clinic. If you're at any internet news groups, you may have seen that maybe once every 2 months or so, on the more popular forums, someone will come on and say, how wide should I make my streets and roads? And someone invariably, invariably replies by giving the width of actual roads. Well, civil engineering standards say that a street should be blah, 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 wide. Well, my answer to that is no. I don't actually really pound on my desk because then I knock everything off. But here's why I say no. The hobby of model railroading is about making compromises and selective compression. Because we're all, most of us, except for very few, are limited by the amount of room we have. So our towns are closer together than real towns. Our trains are shorter than most prototype trains. Our trees are often smaller than real ones. Our towns are generally smaller than actual towns, and most of our structures are smaller than real ones. So instead of making everything the same size as the prototype, we try to make our layouts so that they look right to our eyes, given the amount of space that most of us have to use. So to accomplish that, as the slide says, many items on a layout are compressed, or need to be compressed. For example, if you compare most real prototype buildings to models, like as in storefronts, the models are usually 2 to 3 times shorter than prototype buildings. Now, we may not notice this because when we look at actual buildings, we're looking at them from ground level. Most of us are not flying around in helicopters. But this is what I mean. Look at this aerial photograph, and you can see where the arrow is pointing. Look how deep these narrow buildings are. They're really pretty deep. They are almost the whole depth of the block, right? But yet, if you look at the depth of most model kits, whether it's design preservation, small town city classics, or Walthers, they're almost always shortened to maybe as you can see there. Very rarely does anyone model a small building that's that deep, unless you're modeling a very specific prototype. So what happens is, then, if you want to model a typical 2-lane street with curbside parking, and you make it to the prototypical width, now this might be slightly exaggerated, but basically this is what you'll wind up with. And don't forget, if you're making it to prototype width, then the parking lanes actually have to be a little bit wider because you need space to open doors. So you wind up with a really wide street. So if you want to model more than one street in a town, can you see the problem? It's like you're modeling airport runways, not city streets. So what can we do about that? Well, again, notice the ratio of buildings to streets. The streets do not overpower the scene. But see, that's what would happen if we used a prototype width with model buildings. You have more street than you do buildings. So what you can do is maybe eliminate 1 row of parked vehicles to start to bring your scene or your street closer to scale. But really, it's not until you eliminate all the parked vehicles, in some cases, does the street width start to look right with smaller size buildings. So that means it doesn't really matter how wide prototype streets are. We should make our streets whatever width looks right on our layout or to our eyes. Another thing too, if you're modeling your streets perpendicular to where you're viewing, like say you're viewing from where that yellow arrow is, you can cheat even further, because when you're looking across the street at a 90-degree angle, like that car, sometimes you can't even really tell how wide the street is. So sometimes you can cheat and make them even narrower, but we'll see that in a slide coming up. So really, we could spend hours discussing actual civil engineering standards and prototype street widths, but ultimately, like it says, it comes down to what looks right on your own layout. So don't be intimidated by anyone that insists. There's a good chance that most of the streets were built before any standards even existed. Look at this street. It's not prototypical, but there it is. Look how close the streetcar tracks are to the curb. If you took one step off the curb, you would be creamed. There's no room for a safety zone. There's no room at all for cars to get around streetcars. And look at the stoops or the steps, whatever you want to call it, that stick out onto the curb, how narrow the sidewalks are. So really, if you're modeling an older city, there's no right or wrong. That's the same thing with George Sellios in this scene of his layout. I forget if this is Franklin or South Manchester. I always get them confused. I think it's, so I'm sure someone will tell me afterward. But if you ever seen his layout in person, as it goes up the hill, the streets get narrower and narrower. And it's more of an illusion because you can't really see the streets at that point, but it works. But he couldn't model this scene if he used prototype street widths. So there's a case for not using it. And the same rule applies to sidewalks too along your streets. If you're going to have a building that's foreshortened, like most of our models are, why would you want to have a big prototype with sidewalk out front? Actually, too, many cities, there's no one on the sidewalk in this shot, but this is a very busy area. And yet, look, there is very narrow sidewalks. So you want to, I think you just would want to compress your sidewalk width the way you would your streets. And same with this one, this area here. Now, this is a residential street, but it breaks every rule in the book. The porches, the steps, the pole. You can't even get between the pole and that railing on the front right. So again, there's no right and wrong. Again, this shot here, look how narrow these sidewalks. So sometimes it's about what looks right to your eye rather than using prototypical dimensions. So, okay, now we'll get back to the making the streets. So once your length and width are decided, there are a few other things you want to take into consideration. One is to allow extra material to support your sidewalks. Because when we start putting down sheet styrene or whatever we're putting down to make our streets, we're elevating the street of the surface of the roadway. So that means everything else that needs to be elevated, our sidewalks and our buildings. So before you just start cutting away at your sheet to make your street, you may want to make it a little wider so that it extends under your sidewalk. That way it saves you from wasting material if you plan ahead. Otherwise, you're going to have to use something underneath to support your sidewalks. So a lot of time can be saved by planning where your buildings are going to sit. And I'm probably going to repeat this about 6 times, so please forgive me, but this is very important. Actually, it says it's very important. It's very important that we have some idea of where our streets are going to go. Even if it's just some rough guidelines drawn on our tabletop, sub-base, foam, it doesn't have to be elaborate. It could just be a pencil line or two, or a crayon. It doesn't really matter. But it gives us some idea of how we want to cut our material. Another thing too, again, if we're going to raise up our street height and sidewalk, our buildings need to be raised. So as you can see, there's going to be a space under them. So there's a couple things you can do there. You may want to extend your sidewalk so that it goes under your building. And then you can just support that with some strips of scrap here and there. Or you may want to make your sidewalk serve as a base to support 3 or 4 buildings at one time. So it helps to do a little bit of planning before you start doing your cutting. Otherwise, if you don't, you're going to have to use a filler piece of some sort, such as masonite or foam, plywood, foam core, or something to support all your buildings. Now, that method doesn't work too good if you're modeling streets on a slope, because we don't want all of our buildings to look like the Leaning Tower of Pisa. So in that case, you may need to make beveled little pads to support your building. Or what I've done was instead made pads, little square pads that went all the way down to the tabletop. And that worked pretty well for me. And they were little blocks of wood or pieces of foam, gator board, whatever. But you just want to make sure there's no gaps between your base and your sidewalk. You can even put some facing there as it shows, maybe different stone or brick. And you want to make sure they're deep enough so that you don't have gaps between the sidewalk and your little block. Now, there's one final consideration before cutting your material. You want to try to, if you can, make the joints where they'll be least obvious. Maybe where there's going to be a construction joint, like in the middle of the street, maybe at an intersection, at a grade crossing. If you do that, your joints will be really well hidden. Now, if we're making a number of streets, it's going to be difficult to know exactly where every joint is going to be and how large to precisely cut each piece of plastic. There's going to be some trial and error. And so it's likely we'll end up doing a few sections at a time too. Not everything's going to be cut perfectly way in advance. But again, it's just important that we have some idea where our streets are going to go. Now, once all that boring preparation is done, you can start cutting your pieces of plastic for your street. Again, we just need some pre-planning so that we don't waste all this material that we just ordered. Now, one thing is you can't score and snap Sintra because it's softer than styrene. If you try to score it and snap it, you'll get a very jagged edge. You have to cut all the way through. Now, the good news is it's easy because it's relatively soft. Any sharp knife will work. An X-Acto type hobby knife, utility knife, one of those snap-off type blade knives, a razor blade. I actually have found a utility knife or those snap-off knives work best. An X-Acto type blade, like the number 11 blade, usually the tip breaks off and you've ruined it. So, utility knives are a little bit sturdier. For really thick sheets, I don't know that we would be using it, but like for when they make trade show exhibits and displays, they actually use a power saw, and there's certain recommendations that the manufacturers make for that if you want to use. But you may like it enough that you may want to make other things out of it. So you can use some thick sheets. So the first thing is we want to cut our material to size. We want to try to keep the pieces to a manageable length. We don't want them like 5 feet long because we're going to have to glue it and paint them, and you don't want to feel like you're holding like a snake in your hands flopping all over the place. I would say maybe try to keep them down to 2 or 3 feet in length if you can. Now, once your pieces are cut, then you can start to have some fun, because that's when we turn our sheet of Sintra into a street. The main tool I have found that works the best is a scriber. There's all different types of scribers. You can get them at a hardware store, at train shows, hobby dealers, whatever. Those are some of the ones I've used. The one thing is, though, you don't want to cut into the Sintra. It's not like styrene where we're cutting into it. You want to press the lines into it. So you don't want something that's too sharp. I've actually rounded the tip of some of my scribers a little bit, because if it's too sharp, it will snag and tear your material. So you want it a little bit rounded so that you can press the detail in. Really, anything hard will do, but you want something that will give you some accuracy. I mean, you could actually use your thumbnail in some cases, but that's not going to give you nice straight lines. So what I usually do is start by finding the middle of a strip and scribing a line down the center. Then I mark off, like I said, and scribe the joint lines. I'm trying to make the spacing close to the width of the slab. In other words, you want to try to have your concrete slabs pretty close to square. And if you Google, look up concrete construction, you'll find that the most common spacing of joints is generally around 15 feet, scale feet. And so anything in that range, 10 to 15 looks good. I think what I read is some big modern streets and super highways may use 20 feet, but I think that most of us are not modeling super highways. So what I've done is once I scribe the line down the middle, then I use some type of a ruler or a piece of wood and a plastic triangle and scribe the joint lines at 90 degrees. Once that's done, then we can get creative. Although, one more caveat. So it helps to examine some real streets before you begin. And here's why. If you look at real concrete streets, most of the cracking is at the joints where water gets in and freezes in it, or heavy loads make and chip and crack on the joints, as you can see here. You can see this street. Every joint cracked to pieces. Another thing is, too, if you look at concrete streets, because concrete is very hard and brittle, the cracks almost always go from one edge of a slab to the other. A crack does just not start in the middle and run to the edge. No, it's brittle. So it helps to really look at some concrete pack, and then more little cracks develop along the main crack. Another thing is, like I showed earlier, spalling starts, where the concrete starts to crumble away. And you can do that with your scriber and your rock by just banging away at it and drawing a lot of random little cracks. Another thing you'll see sometimes is, too, some sections have been cut away and replaced, like where those arrows are. There's been some patches that are put in, and sometimes they're different colors, but that comes up later. But not everything has to be perfectly square. You can even scribe actual patterns into the Sintra, like I did a little section of a brick street here. This is actually the base of a little model I made. It's the PVC or Sintra that was scribed before I painted it. And that gives you some idea of what your street would look like. Actually, you can see this little diorama finished and painted in the June issue of Railroad Model Craftsman, if you get it. And you can see how much nicer it looks. This is also the time, too, if you want to cut in openings for manholes and sewers or other details. Now, some of these, though, are etched brass parts, and you glue them on the surface, so you don't really have to do much there. Now, up until now, we focused more on modeling concrete streets, but these techniques work just as well to duplicate asphalt streets and for brick, cobblestone, and Belgian block. All you have to do is look at a couple asphalt streets and see how they crack. Asphalt streets will just crack anywhere from almost no rhyme or reason, and you can easily do that with your Sintra. You can see some examples of cracks in asphalt. They start in the middle. Unlike concrete, they start in the middle of nowhere and run to nowhere. Or sometimes you'll notice that they crack, the asphalt streets crack almost exactly where they were put down over concrete street, and they crack exactly where the joints were in the concrete. Like here, you can see how perfectly spaced the cracks are. There's a typical pothole in asphalt too, that you could press in with a rock or something else and scribe a bunch of little lines around it. There's another pothole. We're going to skip that one because we don't have time to cover that. But you may want to do the same thing with sections of your sidewalk, because in some areas, sidewalks are old and crumbly and uneven. You may even want to try to cut some of the sections apart to make them look sunken in or raised, whatever. Again, you may want to make one large piece to provide a base for your structures. Now, our next piece, once our pieces are cut, the next step is painting. Of course, we want to make sure they're clean and dry since we've been handling them. Again, we could spend the rest of the day discussing painting preferences, our favorite brand of paint, an airbrush versus spray paint, our favorite colors for concrete, room lighting. There's just so many variables, and we don't have the time for that. So I'm just going to briefly describe the method I've used, and you can describe how much or how little of you find useful. It could range from all to none. But what you'll need if you follow my method is 3 or 4 slightly different shades of gray. Since I really dislike using an airbrush, I just pick up any cheap cans of gray spray paint from the dollar store, a hardware store, big box store. Almost every paint company has their own shade of primer, but they're all slightly different. One of my favorite colors, though, for a base coat is Tester's Flat Light Aircraft Gray. I think that's a good base coat. You know what? We're going to skip that one. There used to be some model paints called aged concrete or old concrete. I don't think they're made anymore. And those work fine. But really, there's no such thing as the perfect color of concrete, old or new. If you're modeling old concrete streets, warm grays are probably better since they're a little more on the brownish side, whereas new concrete and most gray spray paints are cool gray. And this is what I mean, warm gray versus cool gray. And because I want the easiest method possible, I usually use the cheap spray paint, and that ends up being more of a cool gray. Although now, more companies like Rust-Oleum are making designer color spray paints, and you may find some nice ones that are in a light warm gray that'll work. But basically, again, so to get started, you spray your street a light gray for the base color. Then you mask off some squares and spray other shades at random. Spray one color, let it dry, and do another until your street looks like this. And of course, you want to do 2 or 3 squares at a time, or some singles. You just want to be as random as you can. And you still want to allow, though, a lot of your base color to show through. And you can see there's an example of the street on my layout. And I was pretty happy with how it turned out. And you can see here, too, how this one scene, look how many different shades of gray there are. So there's no right and wrong. Some are more brown, some are more gray. Again, with this, we don't have time to count all the different shades of gray between the asphalt patches, the concrete patches, the sidewalks, the street. And what you want to do is spray the same random colors on your sidewalk. Now, unless you have an industrial size paint booth, spray outside. Don't kill yourself. Another thing you may want to do is add tar lines using black paint or markers. This can be time consuming. And I've noticed there's some communities that seal all the cracks and joints in their street. Other communities don't seal any. So it's just up to you. One thing you want to be careful of, though, is if you can use a black marker like a Sharpie, but if you give your street an alcohol wash to bring out the cracks, it may make it run. I found that to be the case. So black paint usually works better. You may also want to represent some random squares to represent asphalt patches. Again, there's a street that I just painted some of the cracks gray. I don't know if you've ever seen this book called Building City Scenery by John Pike. This book, well, not only is it a great book, but John modeled, and I think it's still available by Kalmbach. I'm sure you could find it. He modeled probably some of the most realistic city streets I have ever seen. You can see there's just a little sample of it. And in his book, he explains how he did it. There's just one small catch. He used cardstock to do that beautiful modeling. And he told me in later years, it absorbed moisture and all worked. So that's one reason why I say, if you're going to put all that work in, don't use something that's going to warp and absorb moisture that easily and get ruined. There's another street from another layout of ours, and you can see I just mixed up the colors as randomly as I could. Just real quickly here, this is a gas station I did many years ago, where it's a piece of masonite on the left, painted gray, and I drew some pencil lines. And it was okay. But look how much neater it looked once on the one on the right, when I scribed the lines in with Sintra and then varied the colors here and there. So I think it really makes a difference if you spend some time on your modeling. Now, just real quickly, the next step is gluing your street in place. You're likely going to be gluing it to something that's a dissimilar material, such as plywood, masonite, foam. Now, some of the manufacturers say you can use a solvent or neoprene-based adhesive. I think probably something like liquid nails or another strong adhesive. Sintra does not seem to be affected by solvents the way styrene does. But here's a problem I ran into. When I tried it, I found that the caulking was too thick and it created an uneven surface, like you can see in the picture. I prefer something that has more liquidity, if I even pronounce that word right. I prefer to use weld bond or tacky glue because you don't have to worry about it reacting with painted surfaces. It can be wiped off with water while it's damp if you smear any. And if you never use these glues, they look like ordinary white glue, like Elmer's glue, but they stick better. They'll stick to almost anything and they remain flexible. Whereas Elmer's glue gets hard and just has no strength if you're gluing it to plastic. There's what they look like here. Weld bond, you can find in most hardware stores, probably in Home Depot, Lowe's, Menards. Tacky glue can be found at any craft store, Walmart in their craft department, almost any place that sells any scrapbooking, anything. And I think they're almost the same thing, except the tacky glue is even cheaper. Okay. Just real quickly, we have when you're ready, you just want to go back and forth, get your glue all over your sheet to glue it down to your sub base. And what you need to do then is put some heavy objects on top. The thing I use that works the best is old Walther's catalogs, if you have any. They're heavy, they're thick, they're flexible. If you put that weight on it, it helps spread the glue out and gives you a good bond. One thing you want to be really careful of, though, is you want to use either push pins or masking tape, something to hold your street in place while the glue dries. Because if you don't, you'll come back later and find out that your street hydroplaned a ½ an inch away from where you put it. And I promise you this will happen. So you want to use some temporary method to hold your street in place. Then you want to glue your sidewalks in place. And again, use weights to keep them. You could use, some folks would like maybe to form a crown in their street, and you could put a strip of styrene or strip wood under it. The only problem with that is, to me, if you have intersections and you have a street crown coming in from different angles, it could be very difficult to get a good joint between all the different pieces. So then after your glue is dry, I apply a wash of alcohol, water, and India ink. There's no right formula. I would say you just don't want to make it too dark. You rather make light applications. You could spray it on however you want to apply it, brush it on, but you want to blot up the puddles. You just don't want to suck it up out of the cracks like using a paper towel. You could wipe it off using your finger. But once you do this step will really show the detail more in your street once it dries. One thing I tried recently that actually I like the best is using a Q-tip. That way you can apply it on each square of the street separately. And when you're doing that, then you get different varieties. Maybe you apply 2 or 3 coats on one square, not as much on another, and it varies the look between all of your concrete slabs. And by doing it in a small section at a time like that with a Q-tip, it prevents it from pooling up too much and just drying and leaving puddles. Again, once you do that, it darkens the cracks a little bit and brings out your detail. I had never tried this, but I've often wondered if maybe even adding a little bit of brown paint or ink to the mix would help give it more of a brownish look at old concrete. So the final step, because we're running out of time, is adding streaks down the middle of your street to simulate wear, oil stains, anything that makes streets have that dark streak down the middle. Some modelers prefer an airbrush, but powdered chalks work well. You just want to use a wide, soft brush. You want to start with a color that's not too dark and build it up gradually. Brush long, even, light strokes. It doesn't have to be perfect, because if you put some vehicles down, they're going to cover up some of your work. But take a look at real streets like this. You know, we probably don't notice it, but there's streaks going right down the middle of almost every street. There's a little sample I did. You can see I just brushed some long streaks of chalk. Finally, then there's street markings. You know, I don't really have a great answer for this. Some folks use striping tape. Some in the past maybe use dry transfer striping, but almost nobody makes that anymore. Masking seems to work really well. I've seen some really, really nice streets and highways where someone masked it off and brushed or airbrushed the stripes, but it's time consuming. What I've done on some of my streets, just because I'm lazy, I guess, I use some colored pencils, not the real hard type like that your teacher would mark up tests with years ago, but artist pencils like Stabilo pencils or Prismacolor that are soft because they're made for writing on hard surfaces. And like you can see here, not the greatest, but I just drew a yellow line down the middle. And for me, it simulated a faded line. You know what? A friend of mine, Neil Shore, this is his layout, and I don't remember why I have this slide in here, so we'll skip it. Just remember, not all lines are straight. Your work doesn't have to be perfect. And then really, your final step is to add details, maybe little bits of trash or litter, whatever you want to add. And, oh, by the way, and then your street's done. By the way, too, these were sent to me by a couple, Deb and Don Lynch, and they used the Sintra method that I was talking about and adding the streaks down the middle of the street, painting slabs, different colors. And they were really happy with it, and I thought it turned out very nice. So to give you an idea of how simple it is, there's another street. So at that point, your street's done. And again, it's not that this isn't the definitive word on painting or weathering. It's just mainly an introduction to Sintra, what it is and its usefulness to modelers. And then after that, the rest is up to you. So I hope you found some useful information here.
Wow, that was a mouthful. Jim, we're going to ask you to answer the questions in Facebook, please, because there's quite a few. The only big question is, would you be willing to share your slides?
Well, I've been trying to write an article for Railroad Model Craftsman, and so I really wanted to use them with that. But if anyone would like to email me through cityclassics.biz, I have a written description that I'll be happy to share all the information with.
Thank you very, very much. So please take a deep breath, because I don't think you breathed the whole time. That was really, really awesome.
Well, I hope folks found something useful in it.
I'm sure they did.
And thanks for having me and for viewing.
Thank you, Jim.
Thanks, Jim. Okay, well, we're going to go to our next clinician in a little while, but we just have some public service announcements to make before, because we can let Bruce run over a little bit. If I can just make the computer in Australia work. This could be tricky.
Can we do camera and sound check?
Yeah. No, we're live still. Hang on. We're still live. Just okay. So hopefully everyone's picking me up. It's Gordy and Shane, our representative of Australian cricket, is still with us as we get into the end of today, and the Aussies are just waking up to Shane and his sandpaper flag. So a few things that are happening in the world of NMRAx, and there's lots of things now becoming virtual in model railroading. People are catching up with things. I know there's a virtual RPM meet that's going to come on come on in happening in June, and unfortunately, I have a horrible feeling that it's going to clash with NMRAx. But so be it. So we have been showing some slides today that show you the events that are coming up next, and I just wanted to make sure that you all knew what they were. My audio is apparently a bit low. Speed, am I good to you?
I can hear you.
Yeah, okay, so I'm good to Speed. So what will be happening in June is that there'll be 2 more events like this for 12 hours on June the 13th and June the 27th. They will be streamed in Facebook and YouTube, and you'll find them in the same place that you found this stream. The videos will be up on YouTube at a later date, as these will be from today. And then also happening on June the 20th will be another Ask the Master Model Railroader with a new panel. And we hope that you'll ask. So there's an event for all of these on Facebook. They're on the NMRA website, or if they're not, they will be. And we hope that people can go to the event on our Facebook page, NMRA Facebook page, and pop some questions in advance for the Ask the MMR section. Then instead of having one of our master model railroaders like Clark Kuning did last time, getting up and running away to his workshop to go and pull a model to answer a question, we can be a little bit more prepared. So those are the 3 events that will take place in June. Really, really exciting thing is going to happen in July. A lot of us here at NMRAx were hoping to be in St. Louis this year, and unfortunately that won't be happening for various reasons that we're all now familiar with. However, what will now happen is the NMRAx team will provide you with 7 days straight content through the same processes we do now, so live streamed on Facebook and YouTube for 7 days, 15 hours per day, from 8 a.m. Eastern to 11 p.m. Eastern. It will be a mix of some pre-recorded stuff that may have happened at a different, less convenient time in the past. It'll be more layouts, more clinicians that you've not seen. Maybe you've seen the clinician, but you've not seen the clinic. So there'll be some new stuff there as well. There'll be some panel shows. We're looking at all kinds of stuff. It's going to be an absolutely fantastic week. It's going to be non-stop for those of us still locked down in our houses. I think it'll be a great finale, hopefully, and we'll all be allowed out of our houses after it. So that's coming up soon. That's great. There'll be lots more details coming out about that. We'll try to do a theme each day to try and keep it going. We're looking at how we can do a little bit of a show and tell, if not a contest, for people to show different modeling each day. I can tell you definitely that Wednesday will be dedicated to layout design, or aspects of layout design, people talking predominantly about their layouts. So Wednesday will be, because that's when the layout design tour would have been. We'll go all day Sunday and all day Saturday as well. So like normally we would have gone to the National Train Show, for example, on Friday morning, if you're a convention attendee. But what I'm aware of that is happening is that there'll be an event on with Train World on the Thursday evening with quite a lot of the vendors, and we may need to avoid that event and have that as the effectively going to the National Train Show and learning about all the new product releases. So we'll make sure that we don't clash with any manufacturers that are doing that, as long as you let us know it's happening. But yeah, watch this space. And then a kind of final little thing I can't really show you, but I can now tell you about it. NMRAx will be launching a line of gifts and merchandise through a third-party vendor that you can purchase to show your support for NMRAx, and some of the proceeds from those sales will come straight back to the program, to the NMRA itself, and we'll be able to use those to do bigger and greater and better things as we support more and more regions, divisions, special interest groups, and clubs to go virtual. So that's enough for me. I'm going to cut us away. You're going to be like, it's going to be really laggy now while I use the wonders of the internet and we ping away to Australia from Scotland and back and all that. But we'll cut away for just a second while we sort the room out for our next clinician, and we'll be right back. Watch this space.
Okay, I think we're live again. This is Speed at the bottom of the helix. Our next presenter started soldering at age 7. Ham radio operator, KX0E, bachelor's and master's degree in electronic engineering, even taught it in college to others. He claims to be relatively new to model railroading. I'm not so sure about that. He also founded Lichtfield Station, well known for DCC. So welcome to Mr. Bruce Petraza, MMR 574.
Thanks, Speed. Now, maybe some of you were expecting modeling rocks. Well, I do a lot of garden railroading, so here's the way I model rocks, with apologies to Clark, but whatever. I was the DCC columnist for Model Railroad Hobbyist for many years, and wrote a whole bunch of columns, 70 some of them, and it was kind of a good layout of DCC and what that's all about and how to work with it. But they weren't in any particular order, so I started working on a book by compiling and coordinating them, and that wasn't working out so well. So I'm working now on kind of starting all over from the beginning, and I called that ABCs of DCC, which is why I called the clinic that. If you go to my webpage, which you'll see at the bottom of the screen now, which is mrdccu.com, that's Mr. DCC's university, which is what it was called, so that's where that came from. And their MRH magazine is up there. There's a complete index of all of the columns that I wrote for them, and so you can get an idea of, oh, well, hey, I don't care about this, but I do care about that, and kind of jump around and learn about it a little bit. But, okay. Why are you watching? That's enough about me. Let's talk about you. Why are you watching? Well, kind of 4 things, I think. You're looking to build a new layout. You're converting a layout from DC to DCC. You're just gathering information, or you figure this is a good excuse to take a nap. I can help you with all of that, but number 4. So let's move on. ABCs. It sounds like we're going to talk about a glossary of things. Well, there's a glossary on my webpage I'm working on. So I keep adding stuff to it. So you can go there if some of the stuff doesn't make sense. Here we are while we're talking about it today. First, there's a whole bunch of terminology in DCC that seems to conflict. People talk about command stations and boosters and programming track boosters and all this sort of stuff. And this diagram I put together to kind of show you how everything fits together. I call them cabs. Some people and some manufacturers call them throttles. A throttle sets speed. A cab is where you turn lights on and off, operate on the radio, whatever else. So that's why I call it a cab, because you're doing more than just setting speed with it in most DCC systems. All of the blocks on here are frequently put together in 1 or 2 items. For example, we'll talk about the NCE power cab later. Everything on here except the track is in that one handheld device. Well, I'm sorry, the power supply isn't, but that's what's going on. And so knowing that these exist and how they talk back and forth, there's a cab bus that talks between the cab and the command station. There's a command bus that talks between the command station and the booster. Okay, don't worry about that. We'll get back to some of that stuff later, but just it's there, and you can come back when this gets up on YouTube. You can look at it there and watch it and come back to this page if you need to as we come along. Next, I'm going to talk about some terminology. There's a lot of things that are kind of confusing to people, and some of it comes from misuse of terms, not understanding some things and that sort of thing. So, okay, chips are integrated circuits. To electronic people, a chip is an integrated circuit. Lots of chips on a printed circuit board can make up a computer or a decoder or whatever else. But so to me, when somebody talks about chipping a loco, that says to me they broke something off of it. Here you have an example of DCC mobile decoders. These are the decoders that go inside a locomotive or even some cars. There's some that go there to pick up the signal off the rails, turn it into something that is useful. Power, turn lights on and off, etc. The upper left is a wrapped decoder where the board and the connectors and everything else are all wrapped in heat shrink tubing. They're designed to be that way. There's a heat sink built into most of them. If you take the shrink tubing off, you will loosen the heat sink and probably kill the decoder. And guess what? The manufacturer is not going to warranty that. So leave the heat shrink alone on those guys. The one in the lower right, TCS A4X decoder. It's what I call an open board decoder. You see the chips and transistors and all sitting there exposed. This one is designed to be exposed and to cool itself by air being able to move around it. So you don't want to tape those down. So kind of whatever you get, you want to leave it that way. Then there's an accessory decoder. This is an NCE switch it. These listen to what's happening on the track bus. And they may even take, on the track, the track signal. They may even take some of the power off the track to operate a turnout or a motor or something like that. They operate on addresses just like the mobile decoders operate on addresses, but they're different addresses. So locomotive address number 1 and accessory address number 1 are not the same. So you don't have to worry about, gee, I've got a locomotive named 4449, so I can't use 4449 as the number of my accessory decoder. Well, not true. They're different numbers. So that gets, and I will say every absolute that I throw out here, there's probably a rule, not a rule someplace, but there's probably some manufacturer who hasn't completely followed it. While DCC is an NMRA standard, there's an awful lot of things that are not included in the standards that are left up to the individual manufacturers as to how they implement, and not all manufacturers implement them the same way. And we have bus versus bus. With one S, it's wiring. With two S's, it's a KISS. Just a little spelling issue there. So a lot of times we'll have the people say, I don't have anything. I just want to try DCC. How do I go about that? My suggestion is to buy a simple but expandable system and a locomotive that already has a decoder installed. You can use that, connect it to a loop of track, maybe get some snap track or whatever if you want to, just to experiment with it. You don't have to have a layout set up. It's the kind of thing you can set up on your dining room table and work from there. And this gives you a chance to run and learn and experiment before you move on into deeper into the world of DCC. Best time to plan for DCC is when you're building a layout and you've already got it, you know the size of it, and you have some parameters sorted out. Then you can say, okay, this will be the kind of DCC system that I'm going to need to work with this. If you already have a layout that's up and running on DC, it may or may not work without modification on DCC. The biggest question is how consistently and robustly you did the wiring on DC, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. People a lot of times when they're starting out want to talk about, well, should I want to run both DC and DCC locomotives. Okay. My advice is pick one. If you're going to go with DCC, go with DCC. And then you get the thing, well, I got 850 locomotives. I'm not going to put decoders in 850 locomotives. Okay. Well, if you got that many locomotives that you're going to work with, maybe you want to leave the ability to run DC on your layout. My recommendation is that you fix it so that you can connect it and disconnect it. And so there's never DC and DCC power on the layout at the same time, because if they get interconnected, bad things happen. We'll just leave it at that. One fellow that I know was huge into N scale. He decided, this is about about 15, 18 years ago, he decided he wanted to get into DCC. And so what he did was he went out and he bought decoders he divided his locomotives into 3 groups, the A group, the B group, and the C group. He went out and he bought decoders for the A group and a DCC system, and he sold the C group and used that money to put decoders in the B group. And that's how he got from running DC to running everything on DCC. I recommend something along that line if that's what you're thinking about or whatever. Now, planning for DCC is a big deal. Layout scale will affect track voltage. Some Z-scalers run 9 or 10 volts on their track. 12 to 18 is common for HO and even O scale. 18 to 24 is common in the garden. And so it kind of depends upon what scale you're running, what track voltage you're going to run on it. The final size of the layout is going to determine your wiring size, the number of boosters that you might need, those sorts of things. The number of operators is going to dictate how many blocks, DCC blocks or power districts, we call DC blocks, DCC power districts, how many of those you're going to need. And the number of amps of DCC current is dependent upon how many things are going to be drawing power out of the DCC system at once. For example, a 2 amp system, like there's several out, and we'll talk about those later, a 2 amp system would run 3, 4, maybe even 5 HO or N scale modern locomotives. Might or might not run a 40-year-old or a 50-year-old HO scale locomotive with the more inefficient motors that they had back then. And certainly if you have a passenger train, an HO passenger train with 15 cars that are lighted with incandescent bulbs, you may not have enough track power there to run that. So that's what you need to look at, what's going to be drawing power all at once. Down the road, you may care about advanced features like radio control or computer interfacing or various these other things. Usually computer interfacing leads to things like using a cell phone as a throttle or a cab, that sort of thing. The biggest place where track design and DCC design come together is when you start dealing with reversing loops, because they require special wiring in the DCC world, just like they do in the DC world, where you have to pull into the loop, change the polarity, and go through the loop to come out. Toggle switches. DCC handles that automatically with a thing called an automatic reverser, and we'll get to that at the end of the clinic. I said if you have a DC layout, it may not be wired robustly enough for DCC. Here's a little chart of wire gauge versus the maximum length of run. Now, this is an out and back number. In other words, I would run 12 gauge up to 50 feet long of a twisted pair of wires, 14 up to about 31 feet, etc. The different lengths there are because of the fact you ran 30 feet of number 14, you couldn't then turn around and run another 20 feet of number 16. You have to kind of add them all up, if you will. So you're going to have some distance, probably 8 inches or so inside your locomotive that'll be maybe 22, 24 wire. So that's going to kind of tap into the 50 feet of number 12, if you follow me through that. The reason for this is it's kind of esoteric. Power packs can run into a short. They don't do anything. Maybe they have a light on them that lights up that says you got a short, whatever else. They're designed to do that. A DCC booster cannot run into a short. It's designed not to. It's designed to shut down and protect itself. So the DCC system needs to be able to tell the difference between a high draw locomotive and a short on the layout. That requires that the feed from the booster to the track be very robust, so that when there's a short on the track, the booster says, oh, that's a lot of current. That's more than I can handle. I'm going to shut down. Bus wires are usually 10 to 14 gauge, sometimes 16 gauge. I use 20 for drops for most cases. If you keep them under a foot or so, 2 feet, 3 feet, that's fine. So that's kind of just no hard and fast rules here, but just some suggestions for a thought process is all we can say. Now there's a thing called the quarter test, and these pictures are somewhat deceiving in that I put the tester on the track and then shorted the track out with the quarter and the light goes off. Well, what you want to do is you want to put the tester kind of where the power's coming from, over near the booster or whatever else, and then go around the layout and put the quarter on it at different locations and make sure that the booster shuts down, or any circuit breakers that you have shut down consistently and briskly without any fooling around. You should drop the quarter on, the light should go off just instantaneously. And so that's how you see if you are your layout is adequately wired. That, and using a meter to go around and look at the voltage around the layout under load, like follow a locomotive around or whatever else, depending upon what they are coming from or what they are feeding. So to keep the terminology straight, I talk about a booster bus, which would be the wire between the booster and any circuit breakers that you're going to use around the layout. After that circuit breaker, there would be a district bus, which is what's feeding every piece of track within a power district. I say feeding every piece of track. I believe in 1 drop per track. The picture you see here is color coded so that when you're underneath the layout, you can tell what it is you're hooking up. This is a district bus on the layout of the Pebble Creek Model Railroad Club, which is now defunct, but we ran it for 14 years, and this is how it was wired. You have number 14 solid wire there. How do you get number 14 solid uninsulated wire? We stripped Romex, took housing Romex and stripped the insulation off of it. And the 2 parallel lines of 14 gauge represent the 2 rails. This is coming out of this. What this means, and the colored shrink tubing on there tells us that this is the red booster district. This is the blue district off the red booster. So the red booster fed 5 maybe districts, and there was the red, the blue, the green, whatever colors of shrink tubing we could get. And so the red and blue is on one side of the layout, and there may be white and blue someplace else on the layout, one that's common. And you'll notice that I'm using drop wires that are the same color as the district. So I have a blue drop and a black drop. The only place this gets confusing is like in a yard where you may have 2 or 3 districts in the same general area. So it gets a little more complicated to follow. But the nice thing about this is when you're soldering the blue wire on top of the layout, you're soldering it to the same rail every time, and you solder the black rail to the same wire every time, or to the same rail every time. And when you get under the layout, you hook the blue to the blue and the black to the black, and you're moving along. The cab bus is where the cabs talk to the command station. Now, I'm going to use the NCE 10 amp system as an example here, because they actually have the booster and the command station separated out into 2 different boxes. And the cab bus is this telephone cable looking guy, and it's not telephone cable. It's telephone cables are twisted so that what's pin 1 on one end is pin 6 on the other end, and you don't want to do that with DCC. So you want what's called straight through or data wired cables. If you have any questions, buy your cables from a DCC dealer. They will sell you the correct ones. Don't go buying them from a big box store or an online electronics place, because you'll probably get telephone cables. Cab bus, 6 wires in this case, from the universal panel on the right, which plugs into the command station on the left. Digitrax uses a 6-wire cable, which they call their LocoNet cable, and it does the same function as the cab bus and the control bus all in one cable. Now, the control bus is the communication from the command station to the booster. On the command station side here, you see the cab bus coming in, and then the control bus runs over. In the NCE world, it's a 4-pin cable, and it has a different size RJ plug on the end of it, so it can't be plugged into the wrong place, and it's the only place in the NCE system where those plugs are used. So that works fine, and this can be used to daisy chain multiple boosters off of one command station. And I believe NCE are the only people whose current products are using this. Everybody else, it's internal to the system, or in the case of Digitrax, their LocoNet carries both functions, and you just daisy chain the LocoNet from command station to booster to get them together. How to select a system? Well, the first thing I'm going to say is don't go out and buy what you think you're going to need in 10 years. I'll guarantee it's going to change between now and then. It's just like having a 10-year-old computer. If I have a computer I bought, in 2010, and I try and run modern programs on it, I'm going to have a problem. Same thing is true with DCC systems. So you want to have a system that's upgradable, where you don't throw stuff away. You go out and you buy it, you use it for a year, you want to upgrade, you have to throw it away and get something different. So please talk to your dealers if you're looking at this stuff about what's the upgradability, what's the path from here. It's nice to have local support, and we'll talk about that. Do you want a handheld unit versus a benchtop unit versus a computer-based unit? What are the ergonomics? How well does it fit in your hand? How well can you read it? And what kind of features does it have? So let's talk about upgradability. You want something that's going to grow with you no matter what happens. If it has enough power, or there's a way within their system to easily get enough power. We had a customer at Litchfield Station who had an S-scale switching layout that was square. It was about, 4 feet square, something like that. And he had Digitrax's smallest system, their Zephyr at the time. It was DCS 50. It's been now, I think they're up to the 52. It was a 2-amp system. But each system that he had was running its own district, and it had a speed control knob built into it. And so he had one of these mounted on each of the 4 sides of his layout, and one of them was the command station, and the other 3 were in booster mode. And he could, 4 people could run trains on that layout from 4 different throttles, and each quarter of the layout had 2 amps available, so there's a total of 8 amps. So there are creative ways to get more power onto the layout. What throttles or cabs come with it? What do you need to create consists? What do you need to program? These are the kinds of questions that you need to be looking at. Will you want radio control down the road? I believe that most people will. So, that's something to think about. And how do I interface it with a computer? We talked about support. Friends, okay, if you have people that you know, especially if they live close to you, who are involved with DCC, what system are they using? How are they using it? What help can they be to you? Do they really know what they're doing, or are they fumbling around? You may or may not be able to ascertain that quickly when you're first starting out. What about a club? Usually if a club has DCC, they have 1 or 2 or 3 people or a tech team or something or other else that know the ins and outs of the system that they're using. And those people may know the ins and outs of systems from other manufacturers. Every manufacturer is a little quirky about the things they do or they don't do or how they deal with it. I got a very common question at Litchfield Station. People would say, well, what's the best DCC system? And I finally evolved an answer. I said that DCC systems are like life partners. They all have their advantages and they all have some disadvantages. And the key is finding one that fulfills the needs that you have, whose disadvantages you're willing to put up with. And that's kind of off the top, but that's the way it goes. DCC savvy hobby shops. Well, those are getting harder and harder to find. Hobby shops are getting harder and harder to find. DC savvy ones are almost impossible. It was almost 20 years ago when I started Litchfield Station. I thought it was going to be a 5-year business because by then all the hobby shops would have figured out DCC. I sold it 10 years ago and it's still going strong. So, what can I say? There are online groups. If there's a Digitrax group, there's an NCE group, there's a Loc Sound group, there's so on and so forth, Soundtracks, whatever, TCS. That's a great place to get information. The problem there is if you ask a question, you may get 10 inconsistent answers, and 4 out of the 10 will be right within their own confines. 2 of them will be way out in left field, and which ones are which. Knowing that is a little difficult when you're first starting out. That's why the other 3 items are good things to have. Okay, these are 3 systems. The Zephyr that I was talking about from Digitrax is in the center there. That's the old 2-amp one that's been out for about 15 years. On the left is the NCE power cab, which I said is everything that was in that entire block diagram except for the track and the power supply is inside that handheld unit. And the Sprague on the right is a 2 to 3 amp system, depending upon which one you get. This is the Sprague 2, so it's a 2-amp system. And you'll notice it has a connector on the top, green connector to hook up to your track and to power supply, and a USB port on the bottom. It strictly works off of a computer program called JMRI, which is running on a separate computer. And this is great. This is great because this thing is, to use the old sizing, it's about the size of a pack of cigarettes. That and a USB cable and a power supply and your notebook computer, and you got a DCC system that you can take with you anywhere you're going, and program locomotives, run trains, whatever, as long as you have some track to hook it up to. So these are the 3 kind of choices as to style of starter systems, beginner systems, whatever you want to look at. Inexpensive systems. They're all right around, well, the Sprague is about $135, $150, somewhere in that range. And the other 2 are right around $200. So, they're all relatively inexpensive to get going. Talking about ergonomics. Now, that's a big word, but I define it as, is it comfortable for you to hold? Is it comfortable for you to turn the throttle, the speed, adjust the speed? Back up a slide here. The NCE power cab, you see the speed control there's that whole box right underneath the 2 buttons at the top that says speed. And there's buttons that say increment or decrement speed. And then there's a knob in the middle, which is like a volume control sitting on its side. And MRC made a similar cab, but it was a knob, and you couldn't turn it with your thumb while you're holding it. You had to turn it with your other hand. So that violated the ergonomics as far as adjustable speed goes, in my mind. Is it easy to activate the functions? You got all these other things, selecting things, start, stop, break. What do you have to do at the end of the session when you're done with the loco? What does it take to build, alter, and clear consists if you're going to run diesel or multiple steam? How do you reverse the direction of a consist? How do you program it? And how do you access the higher functions? The systems, does it display track current? Does it read all decoders? Does it need a programming track booster to read back some of the decoders? Again, that's going to vary with things. And what was true 3 years ago isn't necessarily true today because the systems evolve and change. Finding a DCC savvy dealer. What kind of support do they give you? By phone, by email, by a visit? And if you find one that is doing a good job for you, please be loyal to that dealer. Saving a few pennies by buying half your stuff someplace else may not do you well in the long run. One, if the dealer isn't making money, they're not going to be in business. And if they're not in business, you've lost everything you've built up as far as rapport goes there. And so that's important. Okay, setting up. We talk about how much power do you need. Most systems will run are adjustable 12 to 18 volts. Some can go up as high as 24. Anywhere you're going to be running your locomotives, it's really good idea if you're running the same track voltage because everything is going to respond well. And it's absolutely essential that all boosters on one layout are set for the same track voltage. You don't want to have 12 volts on one side of the layout and 16 volts on the other side of the layout because all of a sudden your locomotive is going to take off and go a lot faster and you're going to wonder why. In the days of incandescent bulbs, you could actually burn out bulbs back there. How much power? Again, 5 amps is a common size for HO and N scale. It's a little low for O or Garden. It's got a lot of power for Z, but that's a very common system. It's a 5 amp system. Almost everybody makes them. They're so modern locomotives, it's good enough for a layout that you can have reasonable, or like a bedroom size layout. Keep within the booster or the bus links for the wiring. Short circuit current is compatible with the wires that are inside HO and N scale locomotives. This is the NCE 5 amp system, and you'll see on the left hand side is the booster and over and back into the command station as if they were in 2 separate boxes, but it's set up so that you can daisy chain to other boosters. There is some disagreement amongst different DCC gurus. My opinion is don't go buy the biggest, baddest booster around and say, I got all the power I'm going to need. The NCE 10 amp booster that I talked about earlier will deliver 12 amps continuously, 30 amps for a quarter of a second, and a 60 amp surge faster than any circuit breaker out there will react. So if you short it, even through a circuit breaker, it will peak out at 60 amps before the circuit breaker trips. That's 900 watts if you have the system set for 15 volts. 900 watts will fry the wires that are inside a locomotive. DCC specialties through most DCC dealers called the RR amp meter. It'll show you what the voltage is going and how much current is being drawn through it. It comes in several different sizes. It's about $50, $60 to $100 depending upon which ones you get. It's specifically designed to analyze the DCC waveform. It'll also do AC and DC, but it's specifically designed for DCC. And you'll notice that on each end, there's those little silver bars with little clips on them. You can slide those clips back and forth to be the same distance apart as the rails, and you can go around and measure the voltage at the rails all the way around the layout. Power districts. DCC, we talk about blocks. DC, we talk about districts. Well, I get it backwards. Let's start over. DCC, we talk about power districts. That's the same thing as DC blocks, if you will, except you don't usually turn them on and off. It's a way of breaking up your layout into multiple sections for ease of troubleshooting or job separation. In other words, if I short out when I'm switching the yard, I don't shut down somebody who's operating on the main line. They can keep on running if you have your layout designed properly and set up properly. And then ease of expansion. You have a booster on phase A of the layout, and then you build phase B. You just put another booster on and keep on going. So it helps for expandability. Here's an example of circuit breakers. The top one is a thing called a PSX from DCC Specialties. The bottom one is an EB1 from NCE. There's a little price difference between them. There's some feature differences between them. The EB1 is about $20. The PSX is about $35, something like that. But they're not. These are the two that I recommend of all of them that are out there for circuit breakers. Another option is I had an NCE power cab. The design on the right was actually a layout setup that I had. These little boosters from Tam Valley, you can get a 5-amp booster that just all it does is hook up to the track signal, as you see on the drawing on the right, and the booster and the power supply is about $60. And so here I took an NCE power cab that was a 2-amp system, and I have 3 5-amp boosters going to 3 different districts. So I got almost 15 amps available on the layout on the track, and plus a bus to run my stationary decoders all at one. And it's not much more expensive than just good circuit breakers. And I didn't have to have a bigger booster. So it was actually cost effective going that way. Reversing section. This is a layout, my garden layout previously. The red line and the blue line are power districts. The green line is a reversing section. If you follow it around, you can go in going one direction and come out going the other direction. Big rule there is make sure that even the shortest way through it is is longer than your longest train. So that's the minimum size for a reversing section, because you don't want to be going in and coming out at the same time. This is DCC Specialties PSX AR. It's good for systems from up to 20 amps. Above 10 amps, it needs a circuit breaker. It's an auto reverser and a circuit breaker all built in one. What it does is it senses a short. It flips the polarity first. If the short doesn't go away, then it shuts down. So you get all the safety features of a circuit breaker and all of that in one. It's not the least expensive system out there, but I find it to be the most reliable and the best for people to use. And you're not going to have more than a couple of reversing sections on a layout typically. So that's it. So I'm done with that. Time to talk about questions.
First question, what is the formula, length of main, yards, number of locos, etc., for needing to add a booster?
Okay, that's a, there is no add up the current of each of the different items, and then I recommend a 25 to a 50% safety factor. So if you say, gee, if I'm running 3 half amp locomotives at the same time, that's an amp and a half. A 2 amp system isn't going to make it. I need to probably go to a 5 amp system, for example. So it's more logic than it is formula.
Okay, so a technical question. How much hexadecimal do we need to know today?
Zero.
Or zero?
Zero. The program called JMRI is available to do all of the programming for your locomotives. And literally, since I started using it to do what on which decoder, I just do it with JMRI. And so what you need for that is a computer interface, and a system that accepts it, and works with it. And it's that straightforward. And one thing I will say on JMRI, it's a free program. It's a shareware program. I recommend that if people are using it and are happy with it, that they donate about $10 a year to the cause, because there are costs of running that, and if everybody doesn't pitch in, then a few people get stuck with the whole bill.
Let's just hold there for a second. I saw the feed went down.
Uh-oh.
Okay, I think we're back up. Okay, someone's asking for connecting track power drops to the DCC bus. Do you have an opinion on using suitcase type connectors versus terminal blocks?
I came from the computer and aerospace industries. I don't like insulation displacement connectors, which suitcase connectors are. I've never used them. The key there is to get the ones, don't get the cheap ones, get the good ones, like was it Scotchlock, I think is the brand name.
Yes.
And make sure that you have the ones that are correct for the size of bus wire you're using and the drop wire that you're using. I use terminal blocks. I crimp and I solder the lugs onto the end of the wire. It's it's a belt and suspenders kind of deal.
Okay, and then last question.
Only
what is your
one more?
personal view on the 1156 taillight bulbs?
I personally dislike the concept. The issue there is you're not limiting, you're limiting the current through the short, but you're not eliminating the cause of the excess load. So, a 2 amp bulb as you run, and have put a lot of heat into that wheel, and potentially, especially if it's a plastic truck that it's in, potentially have warped the truck just because you didn't shut the power off.
I have some personal experience with that, where when I came back to the engine, the whole plastic thing that goes around the wheels was sitting melted over the turnout.
The truck frame.
Truck frame.
Yeah. As I said, I believe in one drop per length of track. I don't believe in using the track joiners as part of the conductivity. If you solder them, then you don't have expansion room. Now, I will go as far as like taking 2 3-foot sections of flex track and soldering the connector between them and running the drop up, and then leaving the wire across so that it bridges that connector. But every other connector, there's no drop and there's no connection, so that they can expand and contract with temperature and humidity. Now, here in Arizona, we don't get a lot of the humidity, but we get a lot of the temperature.
Yes. Okay, we got a few more questions. They're coming in now fast.
Uh-oh.
I have a Bachmann ON30 10-wheeler with factory installed decoder. Some of the address.
There is no standard address for volume. That is, if you go to the NMRA website and look up S19, I think it is,
yes,
the standard, S9, the standard for DCC, you'll only find about 10 CVs that are defined as what they will mean. Long address is 2. The short address is 1. CV29, which sets the personality of the decoder, is 1. But that's it. I mean, it's that simple. Every manufacturer is different on those things, and that's why I love JMRI, because JMRI knows that if I say I want to raise the volume and it's a Bachmann ON30, it knows that it needs to change CV number 125, whereas if it's a Soundtrax decoder, it's CV 123 or whatever they are. I don't know. As I say, I don't remember them anymore. I don't have to. And that's where it goes. And the other gotcha is that if you say, I'm going to set my acceleration CV to 10, different manufacturers will give you a different acceleration curve with that CV set to the same number. So if you're trying to match locomotives, then I highly recommend that you use the same manufacturer's decoder in every locomotive that you're likely to put into a consist. So if you're running a SoundTrax sound locomotive in a B unit because you have more room to put speakers in a B unit, then you don't want to put a sound decoder in the A unit, get the SoundTrax non-sound decoder and put it in the A unit. Then all you do, it's very simple. You program the B unit in JMRI. You take that program and you write that same program to the decoder that's in the A unit and change the address, and then they run together like a piece of cake.
I was even surprised to see that when you...
CV30-2 works on some of them. They're all somewhat different. And what they reset when you do that is different from manufacturer to manufacturer. For example, there are some decoders out there, if you do a full factory reset on the decoder, you wipe out the sound file.
Correct.
So
read the manual first, right?
Read the manual, yes.
So if I have a 2 amp NCE starter set, could I use those Tam Valley boosters to get 5 more amps?
Well, the circuit diagram I put up there, I'm actually getting 15 amps.
Yes, but I could instead of buying a more expensive booster.
Yeah, no. I had the drawing of the NCE power cab driving 3 5 amp Tam Valley boosters. 15 amps on the track. I mean, the Tam Valley boosters aren't a 15 amp or not 5 amps continuous. They're a 5 amp peak. They're like 3.5, 4 amps continuous. So, okay, maybe you only get 12 amps. But this is going to be in a bedroom size layout. So I'm not going to run that much stuff on it in HO.
We have another question. Is it necessary to run a common bus wire between multiple boosters? Since some of the modular groups like Fremo, where they mention this.
That again is a manufacturer specific question. It's not a bus wire per se. It's a common, and it's not a ground wire. And the manufacturers, because it's not supposed to, in most cases, and again, read the manual, in most cases, it's not supposed to go to earth ground, like to the center pin. 2 ends in this piece of track, and you don't have the frames of those 2 boosters connected with a wire of appropriate gauge for the distance. So you're looking at, a 10, 12, 14, maybe a 16 gauge wire between those 2 boosters. Your locomotive will come down and it'll hit that, and it won't go anywhere. If it has a split pickup like a brass locomotive, boom, you're dead. You stopped.
So this was the beginner clinic, right?
Yes.
Is there a DEF version that we can see in the future?
I don't have one at this point in time. The issue with that is once you go past this stuff, everything gets, it's like, okay, now if I'm going to do more about something, it's in that sort of stuff. And I don't have anything like that in the can. Let's put it that way. Well,
maybe we can do a short one on consisting.
Short one on consisting. Consisting is a good. I did a really, I think, good. And I'll pat myself on the back here. Article on consisting that's on in NMRAx. One of my columns. I got into how to do it for every manufacturer and the advantages and disadvantages of all of those. So people are interested in consisting, I'll send them out to that. And if people think that that's
the end of another 12 hours of NMRAx. Corey wants to come back.
But before you do that, I have to put a plug in for Jim. I went to his clinic 10, 12, 15 years ago, and this was the first piece of road bed that I did out of Sintra. And the white line down the middle was done by scribing it with an X-Acto blade.
Now, is that perfectly straight?
No, and it isn't. And it isn't to the civil engineering 30 feet and 8 feet numbers either. But it's a sample. It's just it was fun to do.
That's great.
Hey, Speed.
Yes, sir.
So we're done. Another 12 hours in the bag. YouTube done. Tick that box. There we go. It's morning in Australia. Wait, let me just come back, Shane. You needed. All right. We'll just attach our Australian cricket captain. You know, you hear it's a thing in model railroading to have a drop bear attached to your mic. There are other people on YouTube who do the same thing, so we don't want to miss out on that. So that's good. Jeff, you need to contact Mini Prints. They're reaching out to you as well and claim your prize. Well done. Hopefully, we'll do some more prize draws and stuff in the future for various things. So thank you to them. So that's us done. We're not gonna disappear. So don't all stop watching the stream because it's boring Gordion. Martin has prepared for you a fantastic little video to play us out, which goes on for how long, Martin? This is it doesn't take England 45 minutes to have a batting collapse. It doesn't take 45 minutes for Australia to tamper with the ball either. So, and let's not talk about what they do in Pakistan with throwing wobbly balls. So, everyone in North America is like, what are you talking about? So, we will give you an extra 45 minutes of bonus content right here, and we'll sign off. We'll see you again on June the 13th.
Be safe.
Stay safe.
Is anybody in my way up there? Statement is wrong in so many ways. Sorry. Left your photo up. Well, I'm not going to siding. I'm on the siding. I'll go over this way. I'll go around you. Whatever.
Bye.